I am here. Hello, hello. Nah, I need to hit enter on this one as well. There we go. The cheeky end of your stream. I want to talk about... I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Hello, hello. Hey, hey. Hey, remember. Hang out here while I'm waiting. I'm gonna spend a long time today talking about characters in Final Fantasy XIV and why I like them. I should have made some notes for myself. I'm just gonna be playing it off the top of my head. There's some cutscenes. Let me just get through all my servers and post stuff. Ba-da-ba-ba. Da-da. Hey. Oh. Yeah. I know I am terrible here. I can see it. Might just need to turn this game up. Ba-da-da-dun-dun. Alrighty. Hey, hey, ya. How are you going today? It's funny, I positioned my phone. I positioned myself to be sitting the way I was, but then I straightened out after I hit start. Trust me. Trust me to do that. Oh well. How's it going? How's it going? I got up really early this morning. Like earlier than I even intended to. Not needed to, I needed to get up early. Oh, you're in the house too. Hello. Might. I actually... Oh. I don't know if I can kick that one out. Our house looks so fragmented, it'll be good to get a new one. I'm good, how are you? I'm oddly really hungry now. No, that's not odd, I ate at like 6 o'clock in the morning and now it's like lunchtime. Maybe 6:30? Oh. Ah. I did get really early this morning for work. Oh, wait, no, come back. I want this music. This music for now. Ooh. How have you guys been? It's been a little while. Oh, I did use them. Ooh. I want to change macro real quick. I will show you guys how to do this, actually. In Final Fantasy 14, you can do really dumb stuff with macros. Where am I? Where am I going? This one? But also... Wow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I have macros here to change the class that I'm playing. Not so much oh no, it's not macroed. Oh no, these ones are macroed though. If I don't have inacquired anymore, what do we have? Oh, look at all those gone abilities. Oh, what's going on there? Get out of here. Don't need you. Sneak? Triangulate. I don't want triangulate as my craft gatherer one. The 12's bounty, maybe? We'll go with that. Oh. 12. The 12's bounty. There we go. Wow! Hello! Hi, Kuru! Ooh. I have to go and macro every single one. And that's a pain! Oh no. But I have some new emotes that I just really want. Add favorites. Are you gonna look up the ID? Washui! I really wanted this one. I'm doing good. I'm tired. I got up at what would have been 4:30 in the morning my time to go to work. Cause they're like, we need you to come in early. I need to be a magic class. See, I wanted to have the snap, and then it'll be like snap and class change. But I need a macro all the individual ones for that. Why can't I draw weapons? Oh. My handle's in the wrong spot. It's kind of a cool one. What is this? My sage is high enough item level to do high-end content. I don't need to do any at the moment because I ran them all already. Except I could go for the other weapon of this. A second or a third weapon wouldn't be too bad. I'd get my sage weapon. Because I don't have it. And, my black mage weapon, I think. Not that my black mage is level 90, but I would like it to be. Oh. I was thinking about, Shadowbringers. 70... 70... That's 77... 79... I think it was this one. Either this one or... Survey the area. Okay. Oh. Oh. There's like a very specific one that I've been looking for and I don't remember what it's called. Nope, definitely not that one. I really want to run this though. I want to run you guys through like a gate boss and, and show you what happens. But to do that, I should probably introduce Vorthry first. We met him pretty early on actually. City of Final Pleasure's this one. So, this guy, his name is Vorthry, and he's kind of like... the prince? They think he's a prince. I wouldn't call him a prince, he's kind of just a slob. But he is the opulent prince who's like, we're just going to die anyway.
That's Vorthry.
That's Vorthry. Look at him. Around. And those are sin eaters. Sin eaters are like the bad guys in this. They're monsters.
He's attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking? Mercy! Mercy!
I like
the 12.
I like how oh no, what are you doing? Kai said no. Whoops.
Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vorthry, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
You just help him, I guess. You do what you do.
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished.
What's the criminal
and
act?
this man is guilty of fraud.
Fraud.
He came to us claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Europe is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society.
He lives in a society? I don't think I agree with it. Obviously, Alphino doesn't.
To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord.
No, look at him.
But that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sudoku.
Sin Eaters are part of Yulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide.
Gross. That's not how that works. Hold on.
Still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
He's gonna throw a baby tantrum. Big baby man.
'Tis true that Kaishir won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life?
That's my boy.
Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Look at his tiny legs.
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear.
That's called a tyranny. What the heck?
I alone can offer these things.
Yo.
I alone can command the Sin Eaters.
I should play through this campaign again. What the heck?
And thus am I alone the voice of justice.
Justice.
And any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
I'm sorry, what's wrong with these people? You're all stupid. No, come on, let me punch him.
And people call this paradise.
But he looks older there, wow.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
And that's something he can actually do, funnily enough.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence.
Are you gonna pay him with exposure? I feel like that's what he... What the heck? Alphino, don't stoop down that low. You're better than this. Good boy. Good boy.
Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
But what if he says no? Oh, Vorthry, what the heck?
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It
Oh!
will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Oh, burn. Sick burn.
Can you walk? I think so.
Oh. Can I punch him? He needs a Pinterest.
Did that little worm just insult me?
Wow, it took you a while. Oh, now he's angry. No, look, there's the baby rage.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
And they're just watching the baby rage? I didn't know you were there. What the heck? He was there watching the baby rage. But yeah, the reason why we don't like that. The reason why we don't like those things that were tending to him was, it's either one or two. We'll find out. We'll find out which one. Is, why when we went to go meet the other twin, where here we are having a good rest at this campsite. Okay. Nectarine. It is a nectarine. There is a
Speak
difference.
up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
Yeah,
And
she's
you've added
nice.
something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Something special? Like what?
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
What are the ingredients of bits and bobs? I'll have another bowl then. I will take you up on your hospitality. Here you go. Thank you.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot.
Ooh.
In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get.
Real end of the world.
I remember when I first came
Moments.
here with my mother. She was showing the early signs.
Because it's people that get turned into the sin eaters, and sin eaters are a whole thing.
I
Like,
knew
see, this
there
guy
was
looks
no
so
way
dead
to save
inside.
her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people.
Salut! Hello.
Why they travel from arms to stay here.
How are you guys?
Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one.
Oh yeah, the nectarine was for some kid that was suffering the disease, the light, become a light sin eater.
It's never easy,
Ooh.
ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
Yeah, this is the first I've heard of a warrior in darkness at this point.
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrant could tell you a version of it.
It's his fault.
Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Is that a good or a bad thing? I don't know. If he's treating the sin eaters like monsters. Oh, they're all looking up. These are all the infected.
They're coming.
That's a little, That was a camera.
Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
And then we go and find him. Okay. So it's the second cutscene. So we leave the camp to go and find Halric, and we find him, we did.
Any sign of him?
Apparently not.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
A really big one.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
Oh. Hmm. It's okay.
There it is!
Why? Why? Why are we being sad?
Is that...
Well, we're about to be sad, actually.
Oh no!
There he is. There's the kid.
Ulrich!
Oh, and you're
We
missing a
have to
shield.
run!
Yep.
Tesseline! No!
It's the way they did the animation in this. Yep. Nope. Not destroying the child. Child is fine. He is a dead expression.
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain.
What about yourself?
Mother,
You're right, that's depression. Oh. The expressions are so terrifying. Why'd they make them so scary? This is like Drakengard level of bad. Man. There it is. There it is. Can we like go and grab this kid now? We just gotta like grab him and run. Why does it sound so gross? Stop, stop. How they make Sin Eaters, I guess. Oh my god.
No, 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 no!
Forgive me, Alice.
That's not even. Wow. The transformation on that was horrifying. I forgot about that. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. But, that's why the Sin Eaters are bad. So for them to not be turning people, like, turning people into that is a whole thing. Oh. I'll see if I can get in. Are we in trials? Shadowbringers. It is the Crown of the Immaculate. Item level sync 2. Ah, yes. How long do you think this is gonna take? 12 minutes apparently. I can force it to be faster with one of these. 5 minutes. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Fight's awful. Well, the fight's not awful. We'll just see if I need to carry hard or not. Hopefully not. I'm gonna start something up real quick. There you go. But yes, that's what Sin Eaters are like. And they're a whole thing. We'll see if we can... no, we're still Shadowbringers. The OLED? Ooh? Wait, which OLED? What? They only have night, like, every day is daytime. No Netflix, nope, don't have that here. That'll probably be in the other thing. We're in the land of the Fays in this cutscene. I don't even have Disney Plus. I wish I did. PC only, baby.
Farasitha, Krakleath.
Fairies.
No! We are found! How did this mortal know our trick?
Wait! I recognize their souls. These two have been here before.
Look!
How do they do that with their
How
arms?
adorable!
Oh!
Play with us!
We have neither the time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Urianger.
Oh yes, Urianger, the peculiar one.
Oh?
In return for a place in
Yeah,
Ulmer,
the
he agreed to a riddle contest with us for 7 days and 7 nights without any sleep.
That's an endurance and a half. That's like Arianche streaming for 7 days straight. What the heck? A week-long stream. No sleep.
Oh, that was so much fun! We must do it again!
Was he dying by the end of it?
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
Shall we?
Should we?
Would we?
What now?
I don't know, but this is their home, so we must indulge them.
They're fairies. Fairies are gonna be,
Right, we've made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition: that you first lend us a helping hand, or 2, or 3. Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Urianger. Pixie's honor.
I don't trust Pixie's honor.
Well, there you have it. Pixie chores. I suggest we split up.
Okay. So we met the Pixies. They, a whole thing. I don't know if it was the first one. Oh, it is.
You're late! Late!
Interrupting the cutscene for the other part that we were talking about earlier. So remember how Vorthry's a big fat crybaby? I mean, he still is. Oh, everybody's on level sync except these guys. Hello? Main tank. Okay. The music in here is good though. The music in here is very good. Oops.
Come! Prepare for judgment! This will be a burden.
Oh, is that too loud? Let's turn it down slightly. Away, chicken blood.
To me, my servants! Feast upon these villains and their foul sin!
Forgiven shame. Oh man, I really wish I kept the thing for this. This is fine. Ow. Oh, we're good.
I will crush you! Fine! Fine if you refuse to die!
I thought that was that one. Whoops.
I will strip you of the illusion of will! Then you will suffer!
You guys all okay? What are you all doing? Where is the button that I'm looking for? I want F with Rapture. There we go.
Receive of me my blessing and light fire!
There we go. AoE, 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 AoE.
I will crush you! Suffer, suffer, suffer! Suffer!
He's still a baby here. Listen to all this complaining.
Have you? Why do you not fall? Why?
There's stuff coming out of his back.
Burns! It burns!
Yeah. Can you stop doing that? Apparently it's doing a lot more damage than I thought it would be. What the heck? I actually wanted Medicito, but you know what? I'll just pretend I did that in the first place. Stop it.
What is this?
Stop it. Ow. You guys are fine.
The light surges within me!
Can you not do that? It still sounds bad.
I see now. This is the passion of my ascension. Very well. I shall embrace this triumph.
Why does he look cool? This is actually a classic example of, oh no, he's hot. Don't stand there, please. Why are you two fighting over aggro? Righteous Bolt. Oh, that didn't really hurt you much at all. It didn't even break the thing. Oh no, it did. No, it didn't. Please. Okay. Well, I'm fine. Get that on there. Now remember, guys, that's a machinist? I thought he was a red mage. Please don't stand there. Oh, he has the defense down. Debuff, I see. Stop it! I can still move and cast. Hello. Oh, we need to do that one. As a white mage, I can actually output a lot of DPS. But that one's gonna hurt. Yep. Okay. I don't like how he now looks cool. I have an F-less Rapture ready anyway, so we're good. We're good in terms of that. Man, I need to turn sound effects down. Jeez. There we go. That's better. I am so sorry. Not there. It's easier to dodge the AoEs at point blank range. Why'd you move over here? Do it, limit break. Do it, ninja. Please. That's it. Okay, it was a monk, it was still okay. Can you stop doing that? I do not want to be a part of that. There we go. Is that what I was looking for? That was the spell I was looking for. That can go over there. Man. And then I want this one. Is that Yuzu? I don't know. I know Yuzu. Guys, just spread out, please.
Know your place. Atone with your life.
Come here, you and me, we're safe. I didn't even notice the third guy there. I'm sorry. Whoops. Didn't really need to use that. No, you don't need healing. Hey. Well, that's the oops, the good game. Congratulations, you get that. What the heck? 3 player commendations, dude. Good game, congratulations. Now we're outside again. I might go to Old Charlan. There and others. Old Charlan. We haven't been to the Northern Empty. Can I trade Aetherite tickets? No, I don't think I can. If they're one of the red ones. Unsellable, market prohibited, yep. Take me to my room, please. One day we'll be able to get a glamour dresser and the thing. That's not at the moment. So that's Vorthry, and why we killed him. He was not a nice man. He was also not really a man, but a man-child. Ah. Is this the one? What cutscene's this one? Is this one I'm thinking of? It is. This is exactly the one I was thinking of. Okay. This is a reason. This is one of the reasons why I liked Emmett Selk as a character, even though he was making himself out to be the bad guy. He wanted you to know. He wanted you to know
Would you look
why.
at that? The citizens of Yulemore engaging in what can only be described as manual labor. Who would have thought it possible? Do you know the most reliable way to deal with those who stubbornly refuse to see reason?
He evolves into
Conquer
Christmas.
them. Crush them under heel.
Sorry, I only just
Such
saw
was
that.
the trusted method of Alak, and one still favored by Garlemald. But conquest is the easy part. The true challenge begins once the dust has settled, quenching the glowing embers of animosity and maintaining a semblance of peace. This requires the conqueror to treat the conquered with dignity, and the conquered to let bygones be bygones, a difficult feat to achieve.
Right.
But you have achieved just that, to my considerable surprise. It's a compliment. Take it.
A compliment? Thank you. I guess. A strange way to give a compliment, but sure.
Ah, the vibrant energy that fills the air when like-minded souls gather. To think back on that time before time, fair brings a tear to the eye. What? You thought ancient beings like us incapable of crying? Well, rest assured that if your heart can be broken, then so can mine. Back when the world was whole, we had family, friends, loves. Men knew peace and contentment, and with our adamant souls, we could live for an age. There was no conflict born of want or disparity. Our differences paled into insignificance next to all we had in common.
It sounds like the ideal world, to be honest. Perfect.
And then there was Amarok. Never was a city more magnificent. From the humblest streets to the highest spires, she fairly gleamed.
There's so much story.
Not that you would remember any of this.
That's a strange quote. Not that you would remember any of this. Remember?
Never mind. The point is, the world of old was a far better place than what we have now. I believe you would like it, having witnessed the things you have.
Is he trying to be friends with me?
Remember, you are of the source. Unlike the half-men here, you stand only to gain. Should you survive the remaining calamities, you will become our equal, a complete existence in a complete world.
Sounds weird.
But
Sounds...
such talk is a pleasure for later. Back to work, hero.
Ah.
Ah, there was one thing I had meant to ask. How well do you know the Exile? Has he ever deigned to show you what hides beneath the cowl?
At this point, he had not.
What? Never? Even to you? How very interesting.
Hmm.
I shall enjoy working out what it means. Until next time.
He's gonna do the little wave. We. He does not care. Oh, that's so.
I knew you could do it,
Whoa.
dearest. I never doubted you for a moment.
Jesus, Dula. Mrs. Chai! Out of nowhere.
It's alive.
It's alive! Not like you. You're dead.
I don't know if you remember, but when we first met in this world, I was all but spent.
You were kind of like a weird, ominous shadow, yeah.
I never thought to wonder why until now. I think it had all just got to be too much. The guilt of causing the flood. Knowing everyone hated me. But the worst thing was the solitude. Time
like
wears you
Ardbird.
down, aye. But solitude eats away at you. It was this close to finishing me off. But as bad as it got, and as empty as I felt, I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like for Emmett Selk.
He's super old,
All
like.
of which is a long way of saying, don't make a choice that leaves you alone. Nothing is worth that. Especially not eternity.
Yikes. Yikes.
Glad tidings, my friend. The ladder lives again.
I'm sorry, Alize, is this a chicken? What is that?
The three of us have been invited to do the honors. Are you up for it? Of course, if you're worried that the whole thing might come crashing down, we can always find someone else.
Can you stop using puns, Alize? I will hit you. See?
That's the spirit. Come on then.
This is why Alphino is best child.
We rode the ladder too, my comrades and I. Once upon a time. Watched the horizon grow, and the town shrink below us. Awed and terrified in equal measure. We ascended without a word, the silence broken only by the rhythm of the gears.
I like how
No
these
one
two
but
don't
me
react,
remembers
and I'm
that
just like
day.
looking off at Ardbert and they can't see him. They don't question my emotions and why I did that. We got our ghosty friend.
Remembers our journey and our end. Retread the path. Seek, and you may yet find.
Then we get other moments that are super cute. Fine. Does that work? Oh, we are on the floor. I just want to see what it is. Oh, that looks weird. Okay. Good to know. Dum, 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 dum. Look, we have like our own sink and just some cutlery and stuff. Wonder if you can make instant noodles in here. Squish. Squish noise. I want to run normal raids. Hell yeah. There is a story thing that I should be doing that I believe Cheese is doing right now. It does require me to be in Razahan. Which still has a banger soundtrack, by the way. Red. Where were they? It wasn't that way. But that looks interesting. What is this? Look at that. I didn't even notice that before. You're too busy bopping out to the beat here. What the heck? The High Crucible of Alchemia. What do you make here? Actually. Okay, yeah, so don't get in anybody's way, basically. That's fine. Oh, I can run this way. What? This place is huge. I haven't actually explored some of these maps fully yet. Ah. Oh, they got books up there. Oh, there's books everywhere. This is how you find out my character's like relatively short. Like she's probably a little bit taller than me. But the Matanga is super tall. Do you guys use hate in these or like... What is this? What is that thing? Anyway, sidetracked from what my current goal actually was. We should probably, do what I intended on doing. That whole cutscene with Emixelt saying what he said kind of implies something with, his friends. He misses them. That's pretty, what the heck. I don't understand all the colors, but it must be science. Obviously my character's no scientist, she's a black mage. It's been a while. Okay. Let me click on focus target. So all I have to do is do what the screens say. It's been a while though. Bruno, you should be main tank. Just as a suggestion, I think you should main tank. No, I'm talking at my party. I'm just talking by myself. Okay. This is fine. Oh, that's like fine. It's still fine. Arm and hammer. Thank you. Ow. Now, tentacles, yeah, okay. I'm still burning. Okay. I don't know what these healers are doing. There we go. I was like, I can't not take damage. I'm burning. Oh, right. No, we're good for now. Hello, friend. I can only take a couple abilities from you. Why? They do hate nice things. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I do really appreciate it. How you been? Been good? Well, this is my spot. Please help me. Help me. I need to go back into ice, actually. Ice. That. I'm doing really badly. Thunder 3. Dadaluma, we're gonna get rid of that. Stop aiming at me! What is this guy's deal? Why does he hate me so much? Oh, it's 72? No wonder why I can't use that ability. I've been so confused. I've been trying to do my little 80 rotation this entire time. Oh, now I understand what I'm doing. I'm good here, actually. Very nice. Oh, I see. That sounds like it'll keep you busy. I just want to do that. Oh, okay. 3 of us. Come here. Then we'll go there. Okay. Yup, it would have. There's actually hits in this game that you cannot avoid, so it's not like you're losing much. For some reason, that just seemed to be pretty telling about hello. Hello, friend. We're friends now. That almost hurt. That almost hurt. Okay, there we go. That one. I'm starting to get the rhythm back. I haven't played Black Mage in such a long time. Can't hit that one. Not with this setup. I don't like Air Force. I'm ignoring him. I'm ignoring him less now that there's somebody else there. Okay, no, I can tank this actually. There you go, see? No damage. I have no way to retain that apart from transpose, and that's kind of annoying. Let's see. I didn't even understand that, so that's okay. Heck. What does that mean? Nobody knows. That's all good. He died. The mechanics. And good job, guys. Good game, good game. Thank you for the experience points. That's all I was really here for. Now they're all tank in need. What happened there? That went fast. Anyway, we just made it back to the Aetheryte, and now we need to make the right turn. Where did they say they were? I don't want to look at the map. Ultimate weapon's fun. No, this is where Estinian's hanging out, I'm pretty sure. It's a little cloudy in here. Fog? Ah, I see. That makes sense. What's up, Estinian? How you doing? You look so chill. Like, he's just chilling out, relaxing, all cool. That didn't take too long at all. Wow. Oh wait, Alliance raids. This is gonna take way longer. Whoops, my bad. I forgot this is the 24-man raid. Please don't be the Nair one. Please. Please don't be level 80. Please. I like playing as a level 80, but please don't be the level 80. It is a pain. Absolute pain. I'm crying. Although we still need one of each class to accept? What's going on, guys? They walked away from their computer, I think. Uh-oh. They did. Oh, this is where I needed to be, I think. This looks familiar. It's in this room. This is where I've been trying to go the entire time. I think it was this one. Looks like it. Okay. Okay, Alliance Raid. I am judging you on your performance for this first fight. Uh-oh. This is gonna be even more boring for me, but this is okay. Whoosh! No sides here, by the way. Oh, I didn't want to use that. Oh well, it's fine. Now I just have to deal with mechanics. Fire? Nope. I need to be way out here. Oh, too close. Whew. It's an instant death, by the way. This is level 66. I can't, like, cast and run. It makes me sad. So many interrupts. He's so rude. Please stop it. Just stop being so rude. The side's also safe. And then you have to be around here-ish. This game really doesn't like black mages in these older fights. Thank you, random. This is fine though. I can't target him. Why though? Oh, you're up there apparently. You would have been dead if you were in that square. How did you die? I'm not sure what happened there. We're just gonna keep hitting this guy and forget about those things over there. It's probably fine. It's fine. Somehow. Oh, I got another problem. Oh, okay. Good. But also, eat that. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Ugh. Why is everybody over there? I can't even do anything yet. That was good. I'm getting back into it. Let me out. Bum, 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 bum. I have this ready. Why is it so long to get over there? Why do we need to do 2 jumpy bits? What the heck? Just gonna limit break him. No void crystals allowed. Somebody else better do the next one. Oh, no, that's why I did it, because it didn't quite fit. Oh, that one started. What? Somebody started them. Oh well. Dun dun dun. Okay. Let's go, friends. Go, please go, please go. Actually, I've got tons of time. Oh, I thought I did that. My bad. Stop interrupting me, please. I'm just really bad at stutter stepping at the moment. Thank you. Kinda safe over here though. It's not that big. Okay. Oh, I need that for the starter, okay. Yeah. However, he's kind of annoying. This is what happens when you don't play for ages. Can you stop doing that? That was rude. Let me target you, please. Ow, rude. He kicked me. I can't believe he did that. Oh, you're supposed to, thingy that one. Good stuff. He's almost dead now. So is my will. I really can't get it going. These guys are dying too fast, and my casts aren't that fast. Wee, who died? Oh, it is over there. Okay, never mind. I'm blind. Whoops. I'm good. Goodbye, landlines. Oh. Oh, I don't need to care about any procs. I'm stupid. Okay, whatever. Oh, I've been going through every single, like, iteration of Black Mage right now, and I'm super confused. This is only the second boss. We got 4 in this one. Okay, let me cast. Let me get it off, please, please, please. Yeah, timing. Water resistance down. We're not moving. You're welcome. We need red. Hell yeah. I cancelled the cast. Oh, that's so good. I remember when they changed this. This actually used to be a different boss. Yeah. And now it's Proto Ultima. The music in it is really good though. That. Yeah. Oh no, one of those is coming. Not at me. Yes. Okay. No, we're good. We're good. Da 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 da. No, you can't just leave. Oh, okay, almost. Forgot about that. Oh, it's still fine. Da, 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 da. Don't do that. Why is he so untargetable all the time? Actually, I need a bait. I am in the right one. We got tons of time. It's not really much of a DPS race. Even when it came out, it wasn't a super big DPS race. There's some that have been a DPS race, and those have been the times. Why? Oh man. The next boss can be bad. Can be bad depending on whether people do mechanics or not. Let me... I'm here, friend. Let's go. Okay. I saw the jump of I'm ready to go. Therefore, he was ready to go. Yeah, I don't quite have triple cast there either. I have to be careful. No, I think I might be far away enough that it won't matter. Which way are you leaning? Yeah, okay, I wasn't okay. I was not okay. Yeah, so get out. That's a get out if I ever seen one. I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I'm gonna tank this one. Main thing is it's our responsibility to kill this guy. And these two can't come close. No, 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 no! Tank! Oh, B-Tank died. That explains that then. Oh! Provoke death. I'm fine. I'm nowhere near in the drink. You, however, my friend, need to keep running. Why'd they move her? Ah. No, this is the bit where I can't cast spells because I go too fast. But they never use these Chimera Poppets ever again. Oh, okay, you got it. We got it. I'm gonna have to like half-ass them, I think. There we go. They die too fast. There we go. There we go, there we go. 30 souls. Only 30. She hates me. Okay, one more. Next one. May as well limit breaker. We're gonna like lose it. Oh, rude. I'm good. I'm good. But still good. Finish it. There you go. Good. Oh, the silence though. Creepy. No point in me trying to keep up the procs. Okay. I don't need these. This could be dodgy, actually. We should be fine, though. Should be fine. I don't think any of my gears melted. Oh, you guys need to stop stunning him so much. He's gonna be immune soon. Ruinous Omen, big AoE. I'm gonna move closer. Big AoE. I'm inside the circle, this is fine. Did I interrupt my spell? I'm sorry. Diablos, that was really rude. That was also really rude. Okay, fine. There's the power play. We're trying to like duke it out like it's episode of Dragon Ball. We're gonna duke it out here, man. You just have to keep trying to blast us and we're gonna hit this door. Which apparently converts us all into a beam of light here that will hurt you. So, you know. Even Stevens. Ye good old. Okay. Oh, we got him. Suck it. Oh, there he is. Mine imprisonment weakened me more than I could have imagined. But you have not yet bested me. Witness now my true purpose for seeking the Queen's rebirth. Diabolos? Wow, rude. We'll just do that anyway. What do you mean, Zero? Rude. This is fine. Oh yeah, everybody's doing no damage. I don't want to be standing hit. Ugh. Ow. Oh, thank you. I didn't quite expect it to be that wide, if I'm honest. Are we doing damage yet? He's looking the other direction now. My goodness. Okay, Mr. Diabo. We're good. That was the worst possible thing you could have done. I cannot begin to fathom how bad that was. No damage for you, Mr. Black Mage. Okay, well, it looks like a ton of DPS went in there anyway, so we're not needed in the Diabolic Gate. Before Ananas? Ooh! We're doing this kind of backwards, but this is fine. I don't think you guys can stun that. No. Okay. It wasn't me. I didn't get a diabolic curse. I'm sorry. This is the worst possible outcome, actually. Ow. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. We're good now. We're not good, he teleported. I mean, Hollow Omen is just gonna happen. Look how big that ball is up there. Look at that. I stood in it. I have no mana. That's good. Good. Shakers? No, you're good. I'm not moving. That was your decision to stand right on my face. Level up. I'm gonna give it to the tank. Good job. Good job, good job. Now, we will finally get to our destination. It only took like 5 years. Hello everyone. I am here to talk to this Leminson delegate, apparently. Alamegan Leminson. What do I need to get to Ishgard? Magical ranged. I need my black mage. Okay. What about the Doman one? What's he? What are you? Physical ranged? Oh, okay. And then I'm guessing you must be... What are you? Tank? Tank. I see. Not bad. Ba-bum-bum-ba-dum. Do I have any gear? Some jewelry. Yes. Main scenarios takes too long. Trials is fast. The Leminson delegate would entreat your aid in dealing with a grave threat back home. Oh, miss, on behalf of Admiral Bluss with, blah, 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 I can't say her name without butchering it. I thank you for your many deeds and service to Limsa Laminsa. On behalf of my people, I thank you for your efforts in delivering the star from catastrophe. Unfortunately, we have received troubling tidings that beasts akin to those that plagued Raltahan have been sighted on the Lenosian coast. The Admiral has mustered the Maelstrom in hopes of quelling the threat, yet there is much we do not understand about our foe, and as such, your expertise in this area would be a great boon to us. Will you help us? I will do what I can. Excellent. The Admiral will be heartened to have your knowledge and martial prowess on our side, I am certain. Pray set sail for Limsa as soon as you're able. This secretary at the Maelstrom Command will apprise you of the details upon your arrival. Okay. I know where I'm going. Bum 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 ba-dum. Ooh. Are there any other cities you guys want to sort of explore? There are a lot. I actually really wanted to go back to Garlemald. Probably unsafe to do it as a level 80. Oh no, 83. This is right. No, we're fine. We're fine! Lucia? You guys seen Lucia? Where is she? Lucia, where are you? Maxima! And Lucia, there you are. Hey guys. Here to see Alize and Alphino perchance? When we last spoke, they and Julius were planning to visit the Trillium. Oh, after all they've been through, I was glad to see them with such high spirits. Their optimism is shared by many involved with the reconstruction effort, particularly my countrymen. Good. We shall soon see their work rewarded, I am sure. For my part, I will remain in my role here and continue to serve as Ishgard's representative. You and the Scions have pulled this world back from the brink, and the sudden shift in fortunes is especially pronounced here in Garlemald. Having come so close to utter annihilation, we are now able to begin the slow process of building this nation anew. The first step is to provide the people of Garlemald with bare essentials, is that they may return to living normal lives rather than merely surviving. Then there are the provinces to consider. Unfortunately, we have yet to verify the state of affairs, particularly the intentions of the legions stationed in other regions. But whatever may come, we shall be ready to face these challenges. Right. Some of them are not quite ready. This is a nice bird. It's a good bird. It's very snowy here. Can I go up top? I'm gonna go visit the cerulean plant. That's Garlemald. I think it would have been a much nicer city had we not been here after the Civil War. Look, they had train stations and a whole train track. This looks like this is a cerulean rig, I think. Ah, it extracts the ceruleum for heating that they need. And other things. I mean, it does a lot to power. I haven't been on this. What? Interesting. We're good. I mean, I'm good, but I don't know about the rest of these guys. I don't know if they're good. Hopefully they are. Ah. And it made me Regio Domarun? Oh god. Oh, you're the B rank. Okay. There we go. Hopefully that's an alright place to land. Remove! I love this fight so much. I like the extreme mode of this fight a lot. And the music. Unfortunately, Black Mage at this stage is not the fastest. Or the most interesting. Okay. I can't help him. Someone come help this guy. I can't help him. Even the healer was like, help this guy, please. Please, come help him. I'll help him if I can, but I literally can't. Can you move yet? There you go. I don't really mind getting stuck on one of those. I just don't have to move, that's all I have to do. Everybody moves around me. It's great. There we go. That's how you play this. Ooh. There we go. Good game, good game. Like, look at these streets. They had proper roads. They had proper roads and everything. Like asphalt roads and footpaths on the side. They had cars. They had cars in Golem mode. You know how crazy that is? Oh, I'm about to like run straight into a fade. Wait, wait. Wait. These buildings are like falling across the roads and stuff. Like, it's kind of crazy. I wonder what bit this building's from. I think Emmett would have liked us to see this place when it was like at its best. Look at how big these buildings were. Like office buildings. I can land on it. Oh, this is like the top floors here. And they had like a radio tower on top? That's crazy. Wow. So by me just admiring the architecture. Is this part of that building? No, this was here. This must have been like a mirroring building because there's a bridge here. Means the bridge is somewhere else. Can I go in here? Platinum Novum, no I cannot. Yeah, it looks like it's not a place you can go in. But imagine that a lot of these buildings would have been like this tall. Wow. Actually, the further into the city you would have gotten, they would have been about that tall. But it looks like whatever Xenos built pushed all those buildings up. Looked like it burst out of the ground and went straight up into the sky. That's crazy. It's crazy. There's like a military barracks over here, which is unscathed. Apparently. I don't know how they did that. Trucks? They have trucks here? What's that supposed to be? And then in here is the dungeon. Yeah, I'll go to the station. Let's have a look around here. They added a new feature to this game, actually. That lets you look around the dungeons. This is the train station. At least, I don't know if I can do it in the other ones. Classic section. There's like an explorer mode. Heck yeah. Can I do it too? I can do it to the tower. Oh, I can! That's crazy. Well, now you can explore. But yeah. Get off the train. There's a big sprint through. This is actually kind of an impressive train. I'm not gonna lie. They did have like a whole metro system. It's kind of one thing that's nice about this game is they stuck with the aesthetics. They stuck with them. They're like, yeah, Golem mold. They really like this like metallic thing here. I think it might not let me up. Hold on, we're in a different place. It did let us up. I'm confusion. Oh. I'm just wondering what this stuff is. Like metal spines? Let me see in there. They're like everywhere. Where are we now? Metal conditioning. Ah yes, so this platform makes small. This platform makes frog. That makes sense. Total sense. Obviously, you can just make people frog. I didn't go this way, that's right. So these places are crazy. What? What the heck? I have to go for a nap soon. That's crazy. Wait, I can summon a strike knowing? Whoa! Only black mage things. Okay, we took an elevator up. That's weird. I'm trying to hear what this ground sounds like. It's not metal. There's so much going on. No, it is metal sounding. Okay, never mind. It is metal, isn't it? It is metal. Oh. We don't mind. We don't mind the no changes. This is the final boss arena. Are these dead people? What the heck? Ah! But they sit there at camp, Nectarine, the train station. This is a train station we're going to. Oh. There they are. There they are, my favorite siblings. Hello. Guess what? Just the other day, I attended to a beast terrorizing the station area, and afterwards the family came and thanked me. And on another occasion, the soldiers of the First Legion taught me about the medicine they use. It's unlike anything I've ever seen in Eorzea. It's not all uplifting tales, of course, but every day I'm afforded the opportunity to grow. If only it weren't so cold all the time. It snows a little in Old Charlene. Oh, for no. Oh, you came! Words cannot express how glad I am to see you. We've just begun our work here with the contingent and the local volunteers. Our foremost priority is establishing the number of survivors and distributing vital supplies. As we continue our efforts, we will ensure that everything is done in consultation with the Garlean people. This is their nation after all, and theirs must be the hands that steer its course. How about you, Euless? I didn't expect to see the twins in Garlemald again. Like you, they risk life and limb to save the world, and some would say they've earned a lifetime of peace and quiet, yet here they are. When they said that they wished to help us, they truly meant it. And if outsiders haven't given up on us, then how could we possibly give up on ourselves? The road to recovery will be long and hard, but we'll spare no effort. We'll rebuild Garlemald into a nation that all can be proud of. For those who are still here as well, and those who couldn't be. I feel so bad for Euless. The some of the stuff he's been through. Is anybody here to help this man? Oh my goodness. I used to like label all my friends with hearts, and I stopped doing it because I realized I only play with my friends. But I can't. Is it groups? Is it groups? Where are they? Maybe it's a friend list. Friend? No? There's a way to give filter groups? Oh, there you go. Yeah. So there's a way to filter groups of friends. You can look at all of these ones. There's so much going on in all of these though. Oh. Can't do the raids though. I see. Turn that one off. I see. More. What the heck happened here? Random ass. Oh. Big stretch. I'm gonna really enjoy this emote when I can be bothered doing the thing for them. What did I have that macro to anyway? Use the macros. Arcanist. So if I go here, and then we take off this, and we go to bar number 4. Right. Cool. So we got these here. We can start with 10, and then these will all be magic. Slash snap. Slash macro icon. I need to remember how to do it. What was it? Guess at 1? Oh, I have to remember. Let's guess it. Guess it 1. Guess it change 1. Macro icon. Black mage? No. It'll be, where is it? It'll be in... Where? Class icons. Okay. Black mage is black mage, what the heck? There we go. We found them. Hit, minion, mount, enemy, waymark, guess it. Guess it 1? No. Macro icon name, and then category. I see. Class. There it is. Okay. I don't want to test it first though. Okay, snap, wait. Wait 2. Maybe should we wait 1? We're gonna work on this until it's like perfect. Wait 1.1. There we go. And that's how you do it. Do we just change these? I just need a list of these. My white mage is 3. Astro. Astro is 7. I have to go back and rename these, but that's okay. Next one over is Red Mage. And then Scholar. Where's Scholar 8? Sage. Is GE. Short-term ones for that. Where's Sage? 9. Funny considering it's my highest level healer, but you know, whatever. And then we have Summoner. What level's my Summoner? Something. Summoner is incredibly disappointing to me. And then we'll do Blue Mage anyway. Not that I know where my Blue Mage is. Blue Mage is 10. Okay. So that'll be all those ones done. Nice. It's so silly. Okay. Good. I can live with having these forever. I need these to hide this button. Hide hotbar. I can do that later. I need to... Okay, yeah. Oh, it's so silly. Okay, yeah, we're good. Probably the end in here. There's always room to make things more convenient for yourself in this game. Of course, within the limitations, which do exist. There are definitely limitations there. The next set is on Dragoon. Oh, that's probably my fault. It's whatever. Let's see. So this is GRG. Dragoon. And my Dragoon is 2, I believe. It better be. Oh, whole power display 7, but gear set change 2. Archer. Okay. Oh, that's almost full. Dark Knight. I used to like Dark Knight, but I think this expansion, it's really fallen off. It's not doing too well. Thank goodness. That's the first time I've been thankful for having too much gear in my inventory. I will need to level a machinist later on. MCH 11. Ninja. Nin? Guess it changed for ninja is 18. And then the next one is warrior. And my warrior is on 15. I like playing warrior. Warrior is fun. Then we have bard. I'm wearing real appropriate clothes for the weather. Only the best clothes for this freezing cold frigid weather, obviously. Black mage, we're going to monk. Class change, where's monk at 19? I don't know what my FC is up to. This is Gunbreaker. G Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker is 16 apparently. Not bad. Dancer, DNC for dancer. What is my dancer 112? Oh well. Samurai. Sam. SAM. And Samurai is 17. And then to be funny, I'm gonna make this Gladiator GLD. Gladiator, I think? What level is that? What level is my Gladiator? Where is it on my things? 14. GLA, okay. Gla. Like the Gladiator class. Dang it. That's fine. You can go there. This one can be Sam now. Yes, it changed. What is Samurai again? 17. It's just because I'm keeping them in lines. And where did the crafting ones go? Botanist. Making macros. dumb macros, not even good ones. Weaver. 20? Goldsmith. GSM. I need to make a new macro though. WVR. Weaver. Goldsmith GSM. And it is gear set number 21. Then we have Carpenter. CRP. And that one's 22. After Carpenter comes Alchemist. ALC? That's a good guess. I'm not really looking at my screen when I should be. I hope that was 23. Leatherworker. Leatherworker. 24. Culinarian. 25. Oh. Miner. Min. And botany, which I actually like botany a lot. I don't know why. I just find it relaxing. Okay. Gotta teleport. Teleport. They want to see me do it again? We just spent the past like 10 minutes doing this because it's funny. Yeah. The hell is this little... Oh, it's Nosferatu. That's what he looks like? Smoke station. I mean, I could do an impressive magical girl transformation one. It require me being a tank though. Oh. I can do that. I'll work on that one later. Because I need it to be impressive. Did they change the gauge? No, they didn't really change it. Okay, it's just moved. Because my computer got everything deleted. Okay. Shift 1. Does that not change it anymore? Interesting. It's so silly. Oh man, I love it. I can't wait till I get the wave. Yeah. But I have them all macroed. Actually, I haven't done this Christmas event. Where do I start that? Over there. Let's do that. Like, we actually have not done this, and I probably should have done this like 2 weeks ago. A very Yeti Starlight. Well, if it isn't my favorite adventure, I hope you haven't forgotten about me. Since we last met, you'll be lending a hand with the festivities again this year, won't you? Because I could certainly use your help. You see, I have something of a beast problem. Nothing dangerous, I assure you. It's exactly my area of expertise, and I imagine a seasoned veteran such as yourself with... Yep. Ooh. You see, I have something of a beast problem. Nothing dangerous, just needed to grab something. I assure you, but it's not exactly my area of expertise. I imagine a seasoned veteran such as yourself, with all your experience dealing with Eorzea's more exotic fauna, would be better suited for the task. Come on out, Rudy. Rudy? Oh my god, look at him. Yep. Oh, this little fellow is Rudy. At least that's what I've been calling him. He's appeared all of a sudden as I was making my usual preparations, and now he doesn't seem to want to leave. I was wary at first, but he hasn't tried to cause any trouble. I dare say he's even better behaved than some of my little helpers. I've grown so fond of him, I just couldn't resist making him a little costume. Doesn't he look adorable in it? Yep. The only problem is that it's as if he's trying to tell me something. It seems terribly important to him, but for the life of me, I can't figure out what it might be. I don't suppose there's anything you might be able to do to help, is there? Yep. Forgive me, I know I'm asking the nigh impossible. After all, it's not as if an adventurer like yourself has the ability to commune with beasts. Oh, whatever am I to do? Looks like you could use some help, my dear. Is it Kryle? Oh. It's a squirrel. What? Did that squirrel just speak? By the 12, a talking squirrel! An auspice, I presume. Oh, so you're familiar with my kind. Excellent. It'll allow me to forego all the tedious explanations. But allow me to introduce myself. I am Risai, a wanderer who goes wherever duty, sentiment, and the sweet smell of delectable desserts take me. Ah. This squirrel is actually like thousands of years old. A meeting with an old friend is what called me to Eorzea, but your festivities piqued my interest, and I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, and it struck me that I might be of service. With Rudy, you can understand him? I would be a sad excuse of an auspice if I could not, so allow me to provide some enlightenment. It seems your furry little friend would entreat a favor of you. To wit, he is troubled by the fact that he's a bit of a runt compared to his brothers. They hardly even treat him like a real yeti, making fun of him for the tiny snowballs he makes. Snowballs? Indeed! I heard that yetis incapacitate and capture their prey by blowing frosty balls of snow and ice. Yep. This is real conversation. Your friend would politely point out that it is not true of all yetis. Rudy and his kin live peacefully deep in the mountains, a far cry from the savage beasts that roam Coerthas. They vie for supremacy amongst themselves, not through violence, but by competing to see who can build the biggest snowball. Rudy was practicing making snowballs in secret to prove himself when he fell from a small precipice and got himself lost. He wandered the forest aimlessly for days, and he had just about given up all hope when a white-haired fellow found and rescued him. The kindly fellow in question was none other than the Saint Nemia, he says, saved our poor Rudy before galvanizing off into the Starlight celebration. Rudy, alas, didn't even get the chance to thank him, so now he wishes to find the saint and properly express his gratitude. Okay. What a touching story. Truly, a Starlight miracle. And I do very much wish I could help, but I'm sorry, Rudy. I fear I haven't a clue where the saint is right now. He never sticks to one place for too long, you see. Always busy delivering gifts to the children the realm over. Yep. Oh, he's so sad. The best way to show thanks would be to pay his kindness forward. That's right, you can be one of his little helpers and help bring all the joy to the young ones for the Starlight celebration. Why, if you're lucky, you might even be able to meet him again. Yep. Okay. Rudy says that he will be happy to help, as for that matter would I. At the very least, you can avail you as an interpreter. I'll be lending a hand too, won't you? Oh, okay, I guess. I understand that this is all rather sudden, but please tell me you'll agree. I'm sure it will mean the world to Rudy. Okay. Splendid. Now let us come up with a plan for getting this little one involved in festivities. I like him. Did I not have it at that? Half of my guess it seemed to be broken, but that's okay. My FC wanted to run the 4th circle. Here we go. This is Alucard's dad. You're right here. Oh, I almost messed it up. Suddenly we're in a boss fight. Look at this guy. Oh, we can't really see him. But why is he still over there? There we go. Ooh, bap, 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 bap. It's such a happy song. The Lalafels are very small, yes. But then I would call them small anyway. Okay, this one, this one, this one, this one. Oh yeah, okay, I'm good. Oh, if you have like hobs, they're gonna react to that. I really need that one. Okay. I didn't expect that one to go up first. This one's a spread. I'm gonna stay over this corner, apparently. Far out. That was a little hectic in there. Ooh, that. Okay. I just want to bop to the music every time. Supposed to be gone coils. Uh oh. I think we're good. Oh, that was a mistake, but that's okay. Whatever. You not turn around like that, that's rude. Normally shift. That's, oh, okay, no, we're good. Okay, I thought it was the other one. He's so far away. Come here. No! I forgot. I forgot. You better not move me. Oh, that just killed me on the spot. Rude. No! Rude! Don't do that! Okay. I can take one, I think. I can take this one. But I can't take any others. That's a tank one, I'm not taking it. Xeno, help. Oh, you're lucky. Okay. Eden got it. I bet these guys are in call at the moment. I just had bad luck that second time. I can't see. What am I looking for? That button, that button, that button, that button. There's a lot going on here, actually. You get to stay here. This is my house. You guys aren't allowed. I ran the wrong way. This one's a group. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Cheese, you're mine. Don't do that! Oh, ho, 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 that was too close. I didn't like that. Stop it! Stop doing that. Let me hit the button. Please don't do anything. I think this is just an AoE. I am. Come here. There we go. We're winning. We're doing it. We're doing it now. Wrong way around. That's okay. We got these, and we give you one of these, and then we put that there, and then we tell Bahamut to get out of the way because he kind of is in the way, but it's alright. There he goes. He was like, my time here is done. My effort's here now, and also in the way. That's what I wanted to do. I don't know what I was doing. My brain. Spread out, please. But you stay close enough to be my friend. You can do one of those. Boy, yeah, that was close again. I didn't like that. That's so dodgy. I just got us all killed. Yo! I'm never trusting your limit break again. I don't know, he's at 0.8%. Oh no, he don't got this. he don't got it. Run! Oh, that's so close though. Oh my god. 0.4. I'm not gonna die this time. Let's go. It's okay. I was actually supposed to use that here. My bad. Where's cheese? Cheese? Yeah. They basically want to be standing where we're standing. They just... I don't know where they are. Don't be over there, Prescott! Prescott, no! Prescott, no! Oh no, he's dead! Get that one there. And then this one here is really hard to see with some of the stuff going on, but that's okay. I live with this. This is my summoner best friend. He's not the tank best friend. It's just what we are used to. Shield Samba. Do you think it would be a fun idea to scream out all the abilities as if they were like, ooh? As if they were like superhero moves? Then you'd be like, Chaotic Spring! Wheeling Thrust! Something else thrust, I can't remember what that one is. Fang and Claw, actually. Rip. That one, that one, that one. This button, this button, this button, this button, this button, this button, and this button. Let me target him, man. This button, this button, this button, that button, that there. Arm's like, screw this. Ain't moving. Wah! Not at me! Rude. That one really hurt too. Okay, we need a new chaotic spring, so I'll get that going. Uh oh. No, he did it. Okay, well at least it seems to be universally agreed upon. At least I don't have to care about where he's looking. Up. And then this one. And then we got behind. Excuse me, why are you looking this way, sir? Good sir. Ah, that's why he's looking this way. Stop moving! I'm sorry, what happened? Did that hit him? I hope it did. Oh. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. He did it twice? I'm so confused. My brain. I was looking for friends. Amongst all that. Which direction is he facing? Never mind. I turned him around. I really want to play like Valheim or something. But then I know if I play it, it's gonna be like 2 seconds and then I'll be like disinterested again. I can't tell which way he's facing. This is okay. Which one goes first? Let's see. Green, you guys get out of my circle. Yeah. Look at that. So much space for room and activities. I can do it. This one's a group up. Nope. Nobody stood in that one. Oh, come on. I was over there. Rude. The Von stacks. Get me up. Get me up. Might be dead here. No, I'm good. I'm good. I can reach this from here. Probably a good thing I died. I got rid of the Von stack that I had. Wasn't my fault though. The fault lied with a healer or a tank that didn't stand in that because none of us DPS could. Give them the responsibility, why don't we? Ah, mate. Mate. Okay, I'm good. Unfortunately, I have to like wait for him to get over here. Which is not real I really like doing. Okay, this button, this button, this button, this button. Last rotation of this one. Let's not ignore mechanics. As much as it seems like a great idea, it's probably not a good idea at all. What's Pinax? Which one of y'all is Pinax? Oh, okay, get out of my space. This is my space. Mate. Get your ass back here. There's people in all of them this time? Good. Making sure. Funny. We did it. I'm gonna give it to you. I don't need any of the loot, so I'm just leaving. Goodbye, friends. Have fun. He does make Lalafels look incredibly small. Now, where are they? Over this way. Rudy, yep. Thank you again for your aid. Now, there must be something special Rudy can do for the children this Starlight season, but what could that be? Might you have any ideas? Yep. Oh, he's not sure. What's that you say? The snowballs you make are so tiny that no one would ever want them? Do not be so hard on yourself, my little friend. Clearly your talents simply lie elsewhere, and it is our job to help you find them. Perhaps you could join the choir, for example? Can you sing? Let's hear it. Yep. Thank you, Rudy. That was most unique. Unfortunately, perhaps it's not the best fit for singing Starlight carols. There must be something we can do. I would hear your thoughts, adventurer. He could make snowballs for the snowball fight. Snowballs for the snowball fight! It is a possibility, yes, but the children rather enjoy making snowballs themselves. I am not convinced that taking the task away from them would bring them much joy. That reminds me, what do you think of these, pray tell? I picked them up in Uldar. They're some kind of traditional confection, but they look rather snowballish, don't they? Perhaps we could make something similar for the festival goers to nibble on. Yep. That's right, Rudy. This is your chance to prove yourself once and for all. You're going to make the loveliest, most scrumptious snowball treats any Yeti ever has. And we will be with you every step of the way. You just need to have faith in yourself. Yep. Well, if it's the sweets we're making, I know just the person to help. Mother Mione at the Carling Canopy. I'm staying in a room there. And I must say, I found her confections to be second to none, shall we then? You want to make candy? Yeah, okay. I want candy. I didn't even look at where I was on the map. That could have been bad. Alrighty. Right. Yep. Don't mind me, Rudy. Mother Mion, is there something my friends and I could discuss with you? Oh, there is something. My bad. Yep. Quite the motley bunch, I see. What is it that brings you all here? I see. In that case, you've come at the perfect time. I believe I know a way that this might work in both our favors. I'm in the midst of preparing a Starlight gift boxes for the children at Bent Branch Meadows. Exotic snow-themed sweets would be a most welcome addition. They furnish you with said sweets, we shall. That is once we figure out precisely how we're going to make them. You leave that to me. I'll have a working recipe for you before you know it. In the meantime, might I ask you to pick up some of the ingredients we'll need in advance? I'll put them all on my tab, so you can simply click everything, pick everything and bring it up back here. Oh, okay. It would be our pleasure, and don't you worry, Rudy. Our adventurer friend and I will handle the transactions. Yep. You do all the shopping all by yourself, you say? Miss need only stand back and watch, if you insist. What an eager little helper your friend is. Here, I've made a list of everything we need. Simply show this to the shopkeepers and they'll take care of you. The flour you can produce at the Whistling Miller and the oil at the Botanist Guild. Do try to stay warm out there, okay? Funny. And with that, let us be off. First stop, the Whistling Miller. With us, Rudy. Yep. Well, okay then. Off we go. The Whistling Miller is. Where? It is in Old Gridania. Oh, it's near the Botanist Guild, my bad. Go on then. Can't believe I hadn't done the Christmas event. This will be it. And then they would have put it in here. Hello. Rudy. Yep. Is that a baby Yeti? And why is it dressed as one of the Saint Nimia's helpers? Yep. A letter from Mother Mione. Let me see here. Ah, now I see you're running an errand for the Carling Canopy. Well, I can certainly help with that. Give me a moment, just a moment, and I'll fetch your flower. Oh my god, hurry up. Hurry up! There, here you are. This should be enough to last Mione for a while. Don't work yourself too hard now. Yep. Well, looks like you could do that. Look at that. It would seem that our friend Rudy is a natural at this. I dare say I couldn't have gone any smoother if we did it ourselves. Now to the Beltner Skill for some oil. Off we go. There we go. Where are we this time? Water Boy! I love Water Boy! Yes, I don't need to care about where I'm standing. Oh wait, that's screwed up. We're dead. Why did you run that way? I followed you! Damn. Remind me to not follow my friends. Now I feel dumb. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, the benediction. Thank you. Man, I feel so sad now. I never even got to do my big attack. Whoop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stand with friends. Oh, wait, we're friends. Okay. We had the same brain. The same brain cell. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not moving now. Neither are you, so. Apparently he is. Okay. Oh. Well, I'm glad somebody moved because I wouldn't have. And I would have missed that completely. Mistakes are made. Oh, right. He did the other bit first. Every time. I think it's at the same time. But he's actually got 2 heads here. I guess. You're good. Just here. It felt too close. made it here. Oh, I am in the right spot. Oh my god, no I'm not. Come on, that's a lie. I'm fine. Ah, yes, you stay. You go that way. Now we're friends. Oh, I'm stuck anyway. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, but I'm doing terribly is what I'm doing. I'm gonna follow these guys, because I don't know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, okay. It's still gross. Man. It's still gross. Happy New Year's to you too! I hope you enjoyed it. Welcome, welcome! What? We will hydrate when we're not mashing on the keyboard. Oh, I did it the opposite again. I'm being stupid now. Ah, it's actually really fun. Think I can do this? I'm gonna do it anyway. You guys will just have to learn how to pick up my dead body off the ground. There we go. I'm not moving, you're moving. But also, take this. Gosh. Send such an awkward spot. That one, that one, that one, this button, and then this button, and then this button, this button, this button, cry a little, go back this way. Okay. And then this side. Where's that going? Oh yeah, I'm so good. I'm in the nice spot. Actually, I need friends. Help. 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 Friends. Friends. I am friends. So hard to see anything though. Disassociation, that's when he takes his head off. Yeah, see? And that's when it goes flying behind me and I'm like, this is gross. Don't do that. A4. And one of those. Yeah, easy. I don't need any of these. I have them all. Good game. And now I'm outies. Good luck. Good luck, party. Good luck to getting your gear that you wish for. And the Botanist Guild, which was over and around the corner here. That corner. I'm trying to do like the Christmas event while my friends are dragging me through raids. And it's fine. I think my gear looks nice, so I didn't glamour it for once. Hello, Fufucha, how are you? Yeah, she's doing pretty good. Let's go talk to the inside, guys. Rudy is here, is gonna talk to Sandra. Sandra. Yep. Ach, begone, foul beast! Back to the forest with you! Yep. Aww. Oh dear, it seems our little friend is something of a pickle. We could go to his aid, but let us wait a bit. Still, it would give the lad more confidence were he able to overcome his predicament himself. It won't leave. Oh, what to do? I'd rather not involve the wood whalers. Yep. Huh? A note? Could it be that you're here on an errand of sorts? Well, I'll be. Cooking ingredients for Mione, and here I thought you some savage beast who wandered in here to cause trouble. If frying oil is all you need, I'd be happy to oblige. Just a moment. Wow. Careful now, it's heavy. And do take care on your way back to the canopy, yes? Yep. Well, would you look at that? Rudy managed fine on his own after all. And now that we have everything we need, let's head back to the Carline canopy and get all of this to Mother Mione. Is that actually his name? Okay. They're going again. Wee. This is cute. Rudy's adorable. Oh no, I have to look at all the things. That's okay. Another one. Erithonios? Washoy. Here they go. I was watching a cutscene. Oh, the little thing that we can't see. Oh. Good he moved because I couldn't see. Please, my guy. I just want to play the game. 4. Okay. 1 and 2 and 3, 4. 5 and jump. Jump. And this button, and then this button. This is where I started to get confused, though. I know you do the swingy thing. But then you get really angry and you start doing like ice and fire and stuff. Opposites. The color is opposites, pom-pom. I'm totally looking at what I'm doing and not at nothing. Oh no, that's the wrong button! Blah! Wrong button! I'm just gonna stand here for a second. Okay, no, we're good. I was trying to hit this one. Right. Oh, we're good. Whatever. Whatever. I'm crying. I'm not crying. That was me being dumb and pushing the wrong button. Anyway, nope, we do want to be in that color. I want to be on that color on this side. How is this reaper living? Oh, is it for me? Oh, is that me? Nice to meet you. Ow! Oh, really? I still don't know why it does that. Ah! It's so much further back than I expected it to be. And I'm also animation locked, so I'm not sure why it's moving me backwards. Animation lock's too strong. Who are you slamming shut? Oh. Allowed. He actually does make the arena smaller, and for some reason it's always me that has to get hit by that. This is fine. Now I can just hang out here, I guess. Nice. But also, that's very mean. He does make the arena smaller on the Brown Stokely stage. Oh. Do something in between. Oh, glad. Nobody deserves that. That's fine. Oh, you there yet? He changed his mind last second. Come on, man. Come on, man. But now, anyway. It's just a big AoE. Can't see anything. Okay. And then we're out of here. Ooh. Mean. The game's mean. Man. Also made the arena smaller. I'm going back to the canopy, that's right. I'm gonna go try and hand this in. Timing's not really tight, it just happened. I don't think so. No, we wanted to go up this way. I didn't want to run out the gate. It would be fun out there, but no. Eee. Do. No. Ah. Need to finish this quest finally. When looks like we're only partway through it. Let's finish this up and then I will need to go and find something to eat. Everything? It's everything, right? Yeah. And with that, we have everything we need to make sweet starlight treats for the children. It'll take a little while to prepare, so how about a cup of piping hot tea while you wait? That would be splendid, Mother Mione, even though I dare say it might make me crave for a little something sweet to go with it. Yep. Sure, I'll have some. I'm getting tea too! She's giving me tea! I got tea? Mine? Yep. Amazing. I expected nothing less from you, Mione. Truly, your confections are simply to die for. Nice. You flatter me, Rasai. Incidentally, you might be interested to hear that this is a traditional dessert called schneeballs, named after an old Hellsguard word meaning snowball. The perfect fit for a Yeti, wouldn't you say? Oh, so it was no mere coincidence. They look like little snowballs. Yep. You know, Rudy, you shouldn't let yourself be discouraged by what your siblings might say to you. There's no shame in being different from everyone else. After all, just look at me. I'm hardly like I'm hardly like all the other squirrels out there, and do I let it bother me? Not at all. We should be proud of what sets us apart from others, not ashamed. Yep. Once we finish making these, my gift boxes will be ready for delivery to Ben Branch Meadows. Speaking of which, would you like to help in handing them out? There's no better reward for hard work than watching the children's faces light up with joy. Don't worry, you won't have to do all the work. I'll be asking the Starlight Celebrants to assist as well. Well, what do you say? Yep. He wants to. Rudy says he'd love to, and would most appreciate it if you would join us. You'll do this for him, yes? Yeah, sure. Oh, he's so happy. He's so happy! You have my thanks. We'll make a few more batches of these and pack them up into gift boxes for you. I'm Garanji will be able to help tell you what to do from there. Okay. Duly noted. Thanks for everything, Mioni. Yep. Oh, I like how the squirrel has a treat and not a nut. It's so funny. Alrighty. Awesome. Got some new comfy shorts. Oh, good. I can go there. I have another package that I need to open for the cat. Oh, I'm in Keto's amphitheater. Never mind. May as well run up to the amphitheater. It's not very far from the thing. I thought I was going to the other way. Oh, I stopped just before the load screen. Left. Those the weapons? They are. Crit? Mind piety. Okay. Mind materia? Main stats? Yep. Oh, he's so excited. Mioni's sweets are positively divine. I simply must bring some back for my friends in the east. Welcome back. I trust that everything is well with our newest little helper. Rudy and the two of you are helping Mother Mioni make snowball-shaped confections. What a splendid idea. The children will be delighted, I'm sure. Well done, Rudy. I'm so proud of how far you've come. Yep. We would also like to assist in the handing out of presents at Ben Branch Meadows if we may. Of course, I wouldn't want you to miss out on the joy of delivering the goodies and seeing the children's smiling faces. I don't know, man. Would I care? Please don't go anywhere yet, just yet, miss. There's more I'd like to discuss before you set off to deliver these gifts to the children. Okay. $1,400 XP. Whoa. Bum. It's like stuck in my head. Alrighty. Oops, can't jump over that. So I got stuff for the cat here that I need to open. Ah. And I'll probably have to put it on him, seeing as he really likes going outside right now. Like, really likes it. To the point where I'm like, dude, you need to, like, calm down. Huh, that's an alright looking... What top is this? Try on? Oh, it's that one. I see. That's like a smaller one. Sorry, I saw someone with clothes I wanted to try on, so I tried them on. Oh, as you do, you know? Thank you, Happy New Year! It'll be New Year's soon. I got less than 10 hours to go. Less than 9 hours to go, actually. Oh. There we go. Stuff for the cat. Stuff for the cat that looks a little bit smushed. Stuff for the cat that also looks pretty smushed. How did that get so smushed looking between there and here? Just have to make sure they're okay. Okay, that one looks fine. This one also fine. The expiry is 2025, so they should be good for 6 months, because it's only 6 months worth. There we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, I do believe it's time to deliver the presents to the children. You're still willing to help out, yes? It'll be our pleasure. Rudy's most of all, and we'll be there to support him along the way. Excellent. On to business then. My fellow celebrant, Bainvald has been placed in charge of this task. Seek him out at Bent Branch Meadows and he'll tell you everything you need to know. Okay. Do I just teleport to Bent Branch even though it's like 50 feet away? We do. We do. Who am I looking for? Where is he? Where is my guy? There's my guy. How could you miss him? About time you showed up. Mentioned that you might be helping out, and believe me, we can use all the help we can get. Then you will have ours. My Yeti friend Rudy, Mist, and I, Risai, are more than happy to aid. Though I must say, Mother Mione truly outdid herself this time. Just look at all the presents! Might I suggest we split the duties that we might deliver them to the children in a more efficient manner? Miss, why don't you take a batch and go with Rudy? Meanwhile, I'll get started on the opposite side. Okay. Yep. Yep. Dear me, Rudy's so raring to go that it might be best to stand aside a bit and leave him to it. It would do wonders for his confidence, and I'm sure the children would delight in getting a gift from a seasonally fitting snow creature. Okay. Where are these kids? There's one. There's like... There he is. I just want to see what this tank's wearing because I like the jacket. Try on. Edenmorn. That's what the Edenmorn one looks like? That actually looks good. Oh. They look so cute. I want a present too, but that man standing in front of them looks like he could eat me. I'm hungry. I hope our presents come soon so we can go home and eat. Yep. But please don't eat me. Dude, he's like up to your knees. Yep. A present for us? Why? You must be one of the saint's little helpers. Rudy presents the gifts with as much of a flourish as his tiny arms can muster. Wow, these look absolutely delicious, and I was just thinking about how hungry I was. Lucky me! Are you sure these are safe to eat? I suppose I must be. Or that adventurer will do something about it. Anyhow, thank you. Thank you, fluffy little helper. We will be sure not to eat them all at once. Yep. Ah, okay. Off he goes. He's gone up here somewhere. You seen a yeti like yay high? He goes, yep. The demure girl. I wanted to go into the city to see the Saint Anemia, but Mother told me it was too dangerous to go alone. Doesn't she realize I'm not a baby anymore? But you still want to go see the Saint Anemia. All I got for Starlight last year was a tattered hand-me-down hat. Then again, I suppose I should be grateful I got anything at all. Aww. Yep. The monster! You adventurer, do something! Wait, I think it's holding something. What have you got there, little friend? Are those presents for us? Yep. Rudy presents the gifts with a remarkable aplomb. Snowballs made of sugar? I've never seen anything like this before. They look so good, and I'm going to tell all my friends I got them from the cutest saint's helper of them all. They smell delicious. Thank you very much for the gift, little helper, and you too, Mrs. Adventurer. Yep. Good job. That's so cute. Where did he go this time? Oh, he went back to the other guy, I think. His tiny arms can only carry. Tiny arms can only carry so much. I'm surprised he didn't make me carry them and then I'll just like give it to him to give it to somebody else. Ye should be proud of yourselves. Your snowball sweets at the talk of the town. Not just amongst the wee ones. You brought us all Starlight Miracle this year. What the? Yetis? Yetis in the ranch take cover at once? Trouble at the south gate. I'll go look. Oh, you think it might be his brothers looking for him? Maybe. But what in the Seven Hells is going on? I know not from where, but a pair of the most fearsome yetis just stormed through the gates. Go on! Yep. Oh dear, yes, I see. Lend me your ears, friends. There is no need to panic. Our large friends here haven't come to attack us. These are simply Rudy's siblings, come to take their little brother home. You're a lucky little yeti to have such good family worrying after the ye Rudy. Even if they do look like they're about to pummel ye. I cannot deny that they are somewhat disgruntled. They disapprove of the fact that Rudy allowed himself to be captured so easily. Captured? Think he can't fend for himself, do they? Yep. Give him what for? To hells and high water! I'm not even in the maelstrom. Yep. Yeah. Garrow. Yep. Garrow. Oh. Yep. And they're like, oh. Well, what are they saying? Did they sort it out? Oh, I'd say our little friend Rudy corrected them in scathing terms. Oh. He told them of the delicious snowball treats we made together and how the children's faces lit up when we gave them their presents. He further added that he may be small, but he's proud as can be of what he accomplished, and shan't let anyone belittle him anymore. Yep. Good job. Yeah, good job. Say, Rudy, how about letting your brothers try your snowballs? The taste is worth 1,000 words after all. And these the wood whalers are like, what the hell? What's going on? Aye, nothing like sharing tasty treats to bring a family together. Girl. Well, isn't that nice of them? Rudy's brothers just apologized for how they treated Rudy all this time. They said they're proud to call him a brother, and that he's more than welcome to join in their snowball fights from now on. Yep. Very good. Why are you guys at the South Gate, though, if you came from Coerthus? How? There he is. The Saint Anemia. Totally not Gilbert. Godbert Hildebrand. Nope, it's not. Yep. Okay. Rudy says that he intends to return with his brothers to their mountain home, and that he has very much enjoyed this time with us. He only wishes he could probably sing his Saint Anemia before he left. Man, I need a nap. I wouldn't worry about that. I reckon the Saint heard you clear as can be. Look, this was sitting by those tasty morsels you made. It's a letter from you-know-who. Dear Rudy, your delightful little snowball treat simply sparkled with festive starlight spirit. I dare say you were the finest of all my helpers this season. Ho ho ho! Do you hear that, Rudy? It would seem that the Saint was watching you work the whole time. Yep. Oh, Rudy, of course we'll miss you too. Missed. Rudy says that if it weren't for us, he would never have realized that he was what he was capable of, or found the confidence to stand up to his brothers. He says that everyone he met here was so incredibly kind that he was able to make the best snowballs he's ever made. And finally, he says thank you, Miss, for making this such a miraculous, memorable experience, one that he will cherish for the rest of his life. Aw, Rudy. Yep. Fare thee well, Rudy, and promise that you'll come back to see your friends again someday, yes? Back home you go then. Take care of yourself out there. Man. Aye, it'll be lonely here without the little guy. Worry not, friends. Your paths may very well cross again someday. After all, we never know what fate has in store for us. And with that, we had best return and report to Garangi. I suspect she'll be thrilled, if sad, to hear that Rudy had gone away from home. Oh. Okay. Back to Granania then. I'm the lazy. The lazy. Here we go. All done handing out the presents, are you? Thank you very much. And good work. Wait, where's Rudy gone off to? Home with his brothers, but I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. Oh, to ruffle his fluffy fur one last time. You were quite fond of the little fellow, weren't you? Of course, who wouldn't get attached to that adorably pouty little face? But if he's happy now, that's all that matters. Allow me to thank you both once more. Not just for your help with the festivities, but for everything you did for Rudy as well. You helped him find the confidence he needed to make his siblings accept him. Why, if Rudy's exploits don't fill you with the spirit of starlight, I dare say nothing will. As a matter of fact, I am myself feeling more enthusiastic about the celebration than ever. And as a head celebrant, I will do all in my power to spread smiles and joy with as much passion as Rudy did. I too very much enjoyed the time we spent together. Truly it was of new experiences to look back upon fondly. Isn't that so, miss? Yet, I fear the time has come for us to part ways. After all, I've lands to traverse, people to meet, and sweets to eat. I very much hope to see you again someday, and who's to say, should you ever find yourself in a pinch with the beast again, I may very well appear to lend an ear. Farewell. Bye, little squirrel. Thank you, truly. I know it isn't much, but please take this as a humble token of my appreciation. Yay. And believe it or not, the Saint himself has expressed an interest in meeting you. No doubt he wishes to thank you in person. Whenever you have a moment, pray say the word. What? What do you mean in person? What? What does she mean? In person? A friend to the furry. No! No! I don't want that tile. That's funny. We better do it. Isn't it strange that I got so attached to Rudy in such a short time? Either way, I only hope we can meet him again someday. But this is no time to get all sentimental. I have work to do, and you remember the Saint Anemia wishes to have a word with you, if you've the time to spare. He didn't mention exactly what he wants, but he was most insistent that you come alone. Whatever do you think it could be? Oh. Well, it's still God, but he's still not wearing pants. Ho ho ho, thank you for joining me, my adventuring friend. As no doubt you know, I am the Saint Anemia, bringer of all gifts and joy to children across the realm. Has told me all about your exploits this Starlight season, and I simply had to express my gratitude in person. Truth be told, I was observing you the whole time from a distance. Why, I almost wish that I could have joined you myself, but it's in my policy to stay out of the spotlight, or the starlight, as it were. Besides, you and your fairy friends was having such a jolly time that I couldn't bring myself to intrude. Watching Rudy help make those delightful snowball treats and grow into a confident little helper was a wonder to behold. A true starlight miracle. Which brings me to my request. I was hoping you might inspire me the same way you did young Rudy, for you see, as much as it pains me to admit this, I find myself at a loss for new gift ideas this year. If you don't mind, I was hoping we might spend a little time together, just the two of us. What do you say, friend? And what will we do? I just want to taste the inspiration of yours. Yes, I'm sure some quality time with you is precisely what I need to rekindle my creative spirit. Ho ho ho! No need to look so alarmed. I won't ask much of you. I would simply have you accompany me on a little stroll. The decorations are the most lovely after all. Why not take in the festive atmosphere together? We can amble about old Gridania and make our way to Nefarga's altar. There are a few spots in particular I'd like to take in with you along the way, and one would be plenty of other places to see. Though, if you could spare the time, I would love to see 3, and with that, let us be off. Ho ho ho, ready? Then let us enjoy the most inspiring stroll. Yep. Okay. So, Alapaku Falls, the Lance Guild, Leatherworkers Guild, Marketplace, Watermill, and Great Lone Growery. Okay. We'll go this way because it's going to be the long way around. Come on, Saint Anemia. Ogre! Ogre! It's good to see you. We're using Gridania as our base of operations, honing our skills while offering our assistance to the guilds as they require it. While we may enjoy a comparatively peaceful life at present, it does not mean that no trouble is afoot. There is no rest for the Scions. Oh, how I miss Hoary Boulder. I long for the day I could have a brother on each arm, but it seems all that dreaming was for naught. My god. My appetite is lost, and sleep does not come easy. I can scarce hold my bow without my hands starting to shake. Could this be? This lack of brotherly love must be causing me to suffer withdrawal. Oh, help me, Clemens. Who's Clemens? Man, Scarlet, yeah, so good. Or Scarlet looking, yeah, so good. Okay, so here's the marketplace. Was there a place inside the marketplace you wanted to go? Oh gosh, this seems like a little bit of a... Oh yeah, there is. Over here! I'll go to all of them because I don't know how... I think this is only one day left. Yes, this is the marketplace. Oh, but of course the perfect gift is to be found. What better place to search for it than in the marketplace, chock full of the finest wares. By all means, let us have a look around. Out of curiosity, what manner of purchases that usually inspires you to come to these markets? Arms and armor perhaps? Or foodstuffs? Something more ornamental? Do tell me if anything has caught your eye. It used to be belts! Oh no, we don't have belts anymore. I buy material from time to time. It used to be belts. Oh. I buy materials. I do buy materials from time to time. Oh, I see. Prefer to make things yourself then. There's another quality we share. After all, I am known as one of the realm's greatest golds... pardon me. That is to say, as a Saint Anemia, I take pride in personally handcrafting every single gift that I deliver. Well, there are certainly plenty of wonderful items from which to draw inspiration. As always, your perspective has proved to be the most enlightening, my friend. It would appear that the Saint Anemia has found some small measure of inspiration. You may make for Nefotica's altar if you're ready to end your stroll, or accompany him to other locations that you might inspire him further. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's go to the Lancers Guild. Oh, conversation topics? Okay. Nice. Ba, ba, ba. This makes me so happy. Let's go, let's go! A nice little jog. I didn't intend to do the Christmas event, but here we are. Oh, it is inside the Lancers Guild? Here we are. It's been a little while since I've been in here. Here we go. I used to train here. Oh, so these are the barracks of the Wood Whalers. It's most inspiring to see everyone so hard at work. Mayhap they would also be inspired to feast their eyes on my own muscles, though they may be difficult to see through all these clothes. Behold! Ho ho ho! That's a mandeville pose. Ho 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 ho! Oh, okay. That was terrifying. Impressive, are they not? You have failed to yeah. You are free to feel them for yourself if the sight alone does not suffice. I'm fine. Thanks. Well, come now, my friend. There is no need to be shy. Nothing stimulates the mind more than moving one's body. I dare say I'm feeling more inspired by the moment. Okay. It seems that the Saint Anemia is sufficiently inspired. Accompany him to Nefotica's altar when you're ready to part. Okay. Sufficiently? No, let us keep going. We're gonna keep going. I want to see if I can get anything out of your mouth about Hildebrand. Next stop is Alapaku Falls, I believe. Yeah, there is one here. I was like, I got a sworn there was one there. It said Alapaku Falls. Couldn't see it under the quest marker. Ymithra. Okay. Oh, such lovely tranquil place, yes? Just gazing out upon the dancing water gets my juices flowing. I am all but certain that inspiration will strike me any moment now. Yes, I can feel it coming. Almost there. Or perhaps not. I was certain I had something for a moment there, but it seems to have eluded me. No matter, my mind is now clear and ready to be filled with new ideas. I must say, spending time with you has been every bit as stimulating as expected. It would appear that the Saint Anemia has found the inspiration he seeks. Okay. Be inspired, bruh. Let's continue. No need to sprint. We ain't here about getting fast. Well, I could only take him to 3 places. Oh well. Used to be like other places where they said the Botanist Guild was one. I don't see anything. Okay, well, let's go. Let's speak with him. What a lovely season for a stroll. I'm sure you agree, yes? There's no better way to stimulate the senses, particularly when I'm joined by an inspiring presence like yours, my friend. Ho ho ho. I see. Let's go to Nephrotica's altar. Meliane looked familiar. Oh. Papa. Para papa. Here we are. Here we are. Ho ho ho. As all good things do, it would seem our little journey together has come to an end, and I just feel the fire of inspiration coursing through me. Many thanks for the kindling, my friend. Now all that remains is to me to bring my ideas to life in the form of gifts for the children. Yes, I must be off to my workshop. That's it. I very much enjoyed our little starlight stroll together. I do hope you feel the same. It was entertaining. Yeah, it was good. Good talk. Ho ho ho, my apologies if I got a bit carried away at times. As a Saint Anemia, I've vowed to devote my life to helping others. I believe the two of us are rather alike in that sense. And your exploits this season have reminded me and you of just what the Starlight Spirit is all about. Anyone, be they man or beast, can bring joy and wonder to the world, if they so choose. I'm sure Hildebrand's fine. It's a wonderful thing, is it not? I must channel all this vim and vigor towards crafting new gifts for the children. Alas, I fear this means our time together is at an end. Ho ho ho, don't tell me you're curious about what I'll be making for them, yes? Walking about town with you, I was struck by the calmness I felt looking at the streetscapes veiled in white, the warmth that welled up in my heart and seeing the smiling faces of the townspeople. That's when it hit me. I could craft snow globes. Yes, little spheres of glass depicting the starlight season here in Gridania. The little children would enjoy that, don't you think? Oh yeah, it sounds good. And with that, I'd best get to work, giving physical form to my ideas. Do send my regards. See you later. Hildebrand's probably fine. No, he can sprint back. We gonna do it. The saint was beaming from ear to ear on his way out. You must have had quite the time together. Oh, where's my head? He left this as a special starlight gift for you. Just, well, I do hope you enjoy the festivities. And if you're so inclined, do check back in with the saint before the season's over. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed to see you again. I can just go and talk to him. I didn't even know you were just here. Happy starlight, my friend. I hope you can join me for another inspiring journey. Ho ho ho. I'll try this. I'll see what the difference is. Oh no, I like them. I definitely like the sunshine ones better. Sunshine. Where'd they go? Oh, I have 108. That's fine. 108 sounds like enough. Oka Boulder. Oh, who else said they were going somewhere else? I can't remember who. I spoke to everyone. It's like find the NPCs. Stola said she went back to Matoya's. Or back to the library. So that's where she'll be. Yeah. Yeah, looks good. Ba-da-na-na-na-na-na. Ooh. Alrighty, I might leave that there. It's like evening time here, right? Yeah, okay. Nice. I just like hanging out here. A lot of the time it's just like, look at that. It's just like nice views. Kinda chill. It'll still be nice at like nighttime. All that stuff. This is one of the areas where I had done every single quest except for like the pixie ones and the crafting ones. And then I think I've also completed outside the gates here. I just like the design, like look how we're on the water. How they built that, it's so cool. All good. Awesome, let's go back to my room. The shoe bill. Hello, friend. He do be staring. Like, he is, like, staring right at us. Who would win a staring contest? I think he'll be really good at it, though. They were really good at it back on Elpis. And with that, I'm gonna leave the stream there. Oh. I haven't really had time to organize much this week because I've been extremely busy at work. Bum 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 bum. Oh yeah. Oh. All good. I think one day I will, maybe. What is going on here? Mini. Good fun. They're really not a good idea. Never got charged for it. Being in Battlefront 2. Somebody tried to school me in the gaming industry. This isn't gonna work. Ba-ba. Needs more rings. Hmm. I don't know what I want to do for myself in 2022. Tough decisions. I honestly work so much that I just never have the time to think about it. I like to work less and stream more and make streaming my work, but that's gotta be hard to balance for me. Uh-huh. Alright, I need to like not at the admin of this server, but also be like, what the heck? What good is playing games? You playing video games? It's so funny. But yeah. Ooh. And I just need like more games to play for next year. Ah. I could get back into Genshin. Still staring at this shoe bill. I'm done with Final Fantasy for now. Bam. Ah. I'm gonna move myself over. We'll go blah blah blah. So we're just hanging out one. For now anyway. Oh. What is going on? Wow. So now Zatsudan, I'm just trying to find chill music. Oh. Chill music. This is chill and it's gonna make me fall asleep soon. What am I looking for? Bah. There we go. I'll play this one. Let me just mute this really quick. We can chill with this. Alrighty. I might just change the stream super loud on my end. There we go. are you guys' plans for the new year? Do you have much planned? Oh. Awesome. Actually, I need to open up this one. I'm gonna change it to just chatting and I'm gonna hang out for a little while. Money. Oh, cool. That sounds nice, actually. For me, I do want to like work on streaming more. I want to stream more, I want to work less. It's a big goal, but it's one that I would like to do. Even if I stream more, I'd also like to do more art. There's a VTuber model that I started a little while ago, and I'll have to keep working on him. I'll see if I can... I'll be able to get him up, I think. Alright. Yeah, basically, New Year's goals, resolutions, all that stuff. For New Year's, I'll be going to bed early. I'll be waking up early and going to work. And then dealing with drunk cricket players. Ah. Most of them are fine because they have families with them. But some of the younger ones will be like off their face drunk and probably dragging themselves out of bed so they can have bacon and eggs for breakfast or something. I probably would be in the group of the younger ones. I don't know. I've never really gone out drinking. I've never gone out playing, we could do some TFT. I'm not sure if... Does TFT care about servers? They do. I think they care about servers. My main account's on Oceanic, so... I have to figure out where my NA one is and what it's called. And this mobile allows it to do crossplay. Ooh. Yeah, I know it's on PC. It's just the servers for Riot Games are usually like all the Oceanic players play on Oceanic accounts and American players play on North American or South American accounts. They can't play together. So I might have to see what, like, if my North American, if you can do whatever you want on TFT. Or if it's still like region bound, region locked. But yeah, I wasn't sure. Or like, yeah, the big dream is to just like interact with you guys more. Oh. Oh, people are streaming. But yeah, so far I'm just like gonna Google some stuff. Yes. Oh. Ah. I only play like mostly hyper roll. It depends on what mood I'm in. Sometimes I'll play hyper roll and then be like really good at it. Other times I'll be really bad at it, but I'll be really good at regular TFD. But I sort of have to have a go at one to be good at the other. Otherwise it can go a little wayward. But otherwise it's not too bad. That's not GMT if you're doing it now. Random as. I just noticed the stream time is 4:20. Good to have a quiet laugh with yourself? No. I save money for like the first 4-ish rounds, and then you can actually like just go hard. It's kind of good. It's good. It sort of depends if you're needing units. It's also easier to start sort of like rolling for the units you want after that. It's not too bad. It's actually pretty good. Oh, and I want to learn how to do Life 2D. I think if I learned how to do Life 2D properly, I'd be, I don't know, way more like faster at making stuff. I'm getting faster at doing the Life 2D models. I say faster. I just sort of stopped making the other one that I was working on. We'll see. Because I have to make them in parts on the iPad. Oh, that sounds difficult. My own animated series. Yikes. That sounds like much work. But yeah, TFT is fun. It's more fun than I expected it to be. I avoided it for the longest amount of time. And once I played it, I was like, oh, this isn't that bad. It's just a bit confusing. And then you just play it more and you're like, oh, I get it now. I understand. Games that I am scared of though, like Valorant seems way too scary for me to just try it. Not without like a full team. I feel like I would never play it by myself. Because I've never played a game like it before. Like, I haven't played CSGO. I grew up with Unreal Tournament. Unreal Tournament and Quake. Zooming. We got the zoomies over that side of the FPS fence. A little bit of Halo, but not really much. I gave up on FPS games on consoles. It was too much. Ooh. Huh. Say, I don't actually mind that with Valorant. I actually think the abilities are fine. The buying them is fine. The restraint's okay. But I do find Apex way more fun. I think Valorant would be too stressful. It's mostly about map knowledge, but then same with like Apex and Overwatch. Like the best place on King's Row and stuff. I haven't played Overwatch in a long time though, but I've also heard they haven't done anything to it in a long time. And Blizzard's kind of in the shit right now. Ah. They're not doing entirely too great up at Blizzard. Apex is like run and gun, go zoom, and then you die and you're like, well, damn, go again. Get back in there real fast. Valorant, if you do start losing, you just have to sit there and keep losing or try to get good, but I feel like Elden Ring's on the list of things I hate the most. I don't know, not Elden Ring itself, it just fits into the categories of all the things I don't like. Like medieval fantasy, so Skyrim fits into that one, Dragon Age fits into that one, Skyrim, Dragon Age, Dark Souls, that also fits into that category. I don't know what it is. The Witcher also fit into that category, so I've never played it. There was just like one point in time where I just decided I do not like medieval fantasy games. They really bug me. Final Fantasy was okay because it mixed it up. I think Sekiro might be okay. Or Sekiro, Sekiro, that's right. I think that might be okay. Steampunk art style is fine. It's just, the way that they did Dishonored on PC kind of... It was a bit messed up. I do like steampunk. BioShock's very fun. I wanted to play, what was it, SteamWorld? I think it's called SteamWorld. It was a DS game. And I believe they ported it to PC and they released a new game recently. It had music by Steam Powered Giraffe. Yeah, steampunk is kind of the art style, but it's also, funnily enough, where I live, there is a strangely very large steampunk community. I don't know why, I do know exactly how, because it was my friend's fault. My friend showed it to his parents one day. One day, he was like, oh no, this is steampunk, this is kind of what it's about. It's kind of like goth, like the gothic lifestyle. Steampunk's sort of in that same category. They started, funnily enough, his parents started a steampunk Facebook group for our local, like, place, and it blew up. There's a lot of people in there, and they have events, and they go do things, and I'm just like, this is crazy. These are, like, some 40, 50-year-olds being like, yeah, steampunk, that sounds good. Let's make a Facebook group about it. Oh, and then my friend's just like, I did this. They might have had too much free time. I'm not sure. They might have been like retired or something. But they were definitely in the category of like, oh, that seems pretty interesting, and then they got really into it. I'm like, that's cool. That's cool to have something that you like doing. It's cool that you guys went out of your way to like create a little community for it, and it's doing very well. I think it's crazy, but it's quite nice. It's just like there's a fair amount of goths living in the city as well, which is probably why we have like one of the bigger shops for it. Yeah, exactly. It's better than going out of your way to like hurt other people. They're just doing their own thing, having fun. It's like, man, because it's summer, we're going to be, we might be having a few more weddings up where I work. It's summer here. It's very hot. But I've had some pretty strange weddings at work where I've worked. I've worked at some strange weddings. Like, imagine you're just standing at the back of the room, as you do, as you're waiting for them to do their speeches. And, I've seen a lot of wedding cakes. I've seen some good ones, I've seen some weird ones, some humongous ones, and some that probably tasted pretty good. Oh, actually, no, that's right. Some have tasted pretty good. I had one wedding where it was just like, it was like a traditional wedding for the lady. Her husband was just like, yeah, we'll just do whatever she wants. And she wanted like a sort of traditional Chinese wedding. And near the end of it, she came up to everybody who was working here and she gave us all little gifts to thank us for working for her. And I thought that was really nice. They were really cute little like bags of sweets, I think. I can't remember. But it was just like really nice, and they had a lot of family fly out from both China and America and all over the place to be there. And like that was a nice one. We had one where our top table is usually like the brides and the bridegrooms and the bridesmaids, groomsmen, bridesmaid. It's usually only them, and there's usually like 6 to maybe 8 of them at most. This top table had 28 people. She's thanking us for taking the time out of our day, for working late at night for them. Because it does go, like, weddings start at like 2 p.m. For the bride and groom, it starts earlier, especially the bride. Some brides start getting ready at like 6 or 7 in the morning. And then they're off to do some photos. Sometimes the preparations take a long time. Most weddings fall between like 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. If it's a 2 p.m. wedding, they might start getting ready a little bit later. But if it's like an 11 o'clock in the morning wedding, it just turns into like a really long day. So they start getting ready at like 7 a.m. and they have the wedding, and then they have to entertain the guests while they're also out going to get photos done. And then eventually they go back and have their reception, which is usually at night. We've had only one instance where we had a wedding reception like almost immediately after the wedding. But in saying so, that was the wedding where we had 28 people on the top table, and that was a whole thing in itself. They also had a 12-tier wedding cake. And there were 400 people at this wedding. It was very busy. Also, I don't know whose idea it was, but they put all the kids right next to the candy table. I'm like, this is a bad idea. Oh, there are like 2 tables of kids, just kids, sitting right next to all the lollies, all the candy, all the sweets that they could get their hands on. And they're just like, oh, wow. I think it was like a church thing that they had like all the ministers and their wives or whatever at the top table. There were like 3 sets of them. But yeah, there were like over 400 people there, and the bride was like crying that she was like at the point where she couldn't invite any more people. And it wasn't because she didn't want to invite people, it was because her dad was like, please stop. Please stop. I'm paying for this. They expensive. Man. But that's not the weird wedding. The weird wedding was one where I was standing at the back of the room with my manager, and it was speeches. So after the wedding and during the reception, maybe after like entrees, in between meals, they will like get up, do some speeches about, oh, this is like the bride and groom and all this other stuff. They are super expensive. Not more expensive than cancer research, but expensive to just drop all this money to spend on one day. But here, the groom stands up, he gets the microphone, and he goes, "When I met you 5 months ago, I never thought I'd be marrying you." And my manager, she looks at me and she leaves. And I was like, "Why are you leaving me here alone?" And did you hear what he just said? She sort of turned around and she's like, I cannot handle. Ah, it was so bad. I was like, wow. Do you know what that means though? When he goes, "When I met you 5 months ago, I never thought I was going to marry you." Do you know what that means? I'll tell you another tidbit. This was a Wednesday night. This was a Wednesday night wedding, which is already kind of weird. A Wednesday night wedding where the groom said, "When I met you 5 months ago." And their family's incredibly Christian. I think they were incredibly Christian. I recognized a few of them in there. But it was like the way that they acted. They were very like, you're like, oh yes, they're staunch Christians. Yikes. Oh. Nobody else really batted an eyelid at that except for me and the manager, who were like standing there going, he just said 5 months ago. Why did he say 5 months ago? I sort of turned to her and I'm like, this is a shotgun. This is actually legitimately a shotgun wedding. I can't believe they are real. It's a thing. You were done lurking. Oh, good. Oh, but that's not like the worst, not really worst wedding. We had a wedding where like the mother-in-law was awful. I don't know what her deal was. I actually do not know what her deal was. She just got up there and she had the microphone and went, "Oh, I know that you're marrying my..." I don't even remember the bride's thing. "I know that you're marrying my son, Kate, but I'd like to tell you that..." She got up and introduced herself. I was like, "Hi, I'm probably a Karen. I'm Karen, and I am what people like to call a mother-in-law from hell." And then she goes, "I hope you don't actually think that I'm like a mother-in-law from hell." Okay. I will explain the shotgun wedding before I go into the next one. A shotgun wedding is when... a shotgun wedding is when the bride and groom have premarital sex, basically. It's when she is pregnant and they're like, "Oh no, she's pregnant," and they're not married. How dare they not be married? They'll secretly get married and then, well, not secretly, they'll get married and then a few months later they'll be like, "Oh, we're gonna have a baby now, yay!" And they won't talk dates. So, yeah. It happens a lot in like incredibly Christian-y families, like very, very religious families, not only Christians, like other ones do it too. But yeah, it's just like, how dare they break the bonds too early, sort of thing. Yeah, but anyway, the next weird one was a mother-in-law who did get up and she did say, "Hi, I'm so-and-so," and I'm like, "I'm what they call a mother-in-law from hell." And then she starts talking about like, "Oh, I do love how you," like, I don't know, the bride's, she goes, "I do love how so-and-so is marrying my son, but like, he's never had a girlfriend before, and like, that's great." And then she starts listing off all these girls who are friends with this guy, and I'm like, what is this lady doing? And then she just kept talking about it. I'm like, lady, stop, lady. She goes, "Oh, but my friend, like, my son had this friend and her name was so-and-so, and they were only friends, obviously." And I'm like, are you gonna shut up? I'm like, what is with this lady? What is wrong with her? And then this is a different manager. I had a different manager that day. And then she's like, come and get me when they want dessert. And I was like, oh my gosh, don't. Why are you leaving me alone? Please stop. Why do you guys do this to me? It is being careless, but also it's like, I don't know, to them it's like against God's will. So they like, oh, well, I guess we better. What? What? It's so bad. Oh man, you just like see like this poor bride sitting there like, oh, I can't believe she's just like doing this. I'm like, this lady has no idea what, like, why she's being so rude. She lacks common sense. And yeah, my manager's like, dealing with this lady all day has been like a nightmare. You can deal with her. I'm like, no, don't make me deal with her. She seems awful. I have no idea. This was way before COVID. This was years ago. Man. I don't even know. It's just crazy. Boss Rich Money started typing something and now he stopped and I don't know. Nice. Best friend's gonna be finishing work early. Hang out a bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I literally only see them for like weddings and stuff and I'm like, well, I never have to deal with them again, thank goodness. It's a little bit crazy, but you know. I don't usually try to wander. But in otherwise, we've had some like really cool cakes. Like the 12 tier cake is at that really, really big wedding. They actually gave us half of one. They're just like, here, have half of this one tier. Like, you guys deserve this. You have this cake. And we're like, okay, thanks. It was so funny. They embarrassed the manager at the time. A lot. And then we had one where like the bride was like, I'm decorating, like she had the front part was decorated for how she liked wedding cakes. And then the back was the groom's. The groom's half of the cake was like Superman and it was like Superman and Batman, all that stuff, all down the back, all the logos. It was so funny. I was like, ah yes, the DC Marvel cake versus wedding cake. Some of the nicer ones though are ones where people don't do the whole fondant thing. It's kind of great. The ones with no fondant are the ones that taste the best. There are some cake shops here in where the city I live in that do like really dense cakes. They're really nice, but they're also incredibly dense. They're so almost like meaty. I don't know. Ah. Oh, I can hear cat. Hold on. There he is. Cat. We have a lot of staff for events like those, so it's very good. Cat just really wanted to come in, and that's all he wanted. He didn't want to actually say hello to me. He just wanted to be on the bed, I guess. The stream? Yeah, I wasn't expecting to have the time to stream, to be honest. I was just lucky that work ended up not being early so I could leave. Not being busy, sorry. So I could leave, and I went extra early so I could just leave. I'm like, I'm going home. I've been here too long already, and I've been here since too early. Yeah. Almost. We almost got there. We almost ended up at 2022 without another stream. That's why I was like, oh, I actually have time. I have time to stream. That's why I didn't make any plans for today, which might have sucked a bit. It feels like it sucks for me. I'm struggling over here. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping to stream a lot more next year, actually. Hoping to stream a lot more, hoping to get more art done. People were posting pictures of like all the art they've done this year, and I'm like, man, all the art I've done this year is a total of like 2 pictures. Maybe more than 2. 1, 2. 2 pictures. I do a lot of background art for my stream, so not this one, but the like Twitch banner, my Twitch banner, I did. Oh man, maybe I have done more than that then. It's difficult. I believe last semester. Hopefully it goes well. I think you were studying and I think Nightshade was, but I haven't seen Nightshade today. Okay. Just some random buffering. It shouldn't have done that, but that's alright. That's right. I believe. As long as you work hard, it should be all good. Getting into anywhere. It's all doable. It's all doable, so it's quite nice. I'm gonna start making some notes because I need notes to keep talking. Blah. The other thing that happens a lot during summer here is a lot of. Oh no. I mean, the last year and a bit has been kind of hard for school. Where is good notes? Let's grab this color pen and I will start writing over here. It might help if I had that. That's good. That's good that you made them better. It's hard though. It's hard to get them back up. So more art. I'm gonna write a list. More art. More artwork. I want to do. More Life 2Ds actually. I want to do Life 2D models. I need to practice those. I need to practice Live 2D animation. I end up having a crazy schedule over the holiday months. Whoops. Because it does just get a bit crazy. It gets the very crazy, very busy. Was this last year? That was last year. Oh. Yeah. These are all artworks from last year. Oh man. In fact, I guess my Live 2D model's one from last year as well. Technically. Make more time for myself. I think I might need to do that. Make more time for myself. Yeah. I thought I like looking at other people's Live 2D models as well. And I follow a lot of artists. A lot of artists who have like either done Live 2Ds, ones that want to. I follow so many artists. They're all quite inspiring and I'm like, man, I wish I could do that too. I probably can, but I'm just so caught up on all my own in my brain. My brain's not letting me do it. I swear I had like a saved screenshot somewhere. I needed a saved picture and I don't know where it went. Maybe it's in here. Large icons? It is not in here. I wonder where I put it then. I think it's nice to chill in a VTuber stream as well. I find I'm doing that when I can at work. If I can't have my headphones in and just like sit here and chill. It's good fun. But yeah, next year I'd like to make more time for streams. I've been really bad about that, I think. Yeah, but my work times don't seem to be the same ever. There'll be some days when I'm working from like 6 AM to 4 PM and I'm just like, I'm dead inside. I need more powers? Oh. I like to do an updated Live 2D. I like to do one where my eyes are a different color, slightly. Update my eyeballs. Update more outfits. But I'm really bad at designing outfits. I really need to start messaging artists. There are a couple artists that I was like, I'm gonna ask them. I'm going to ask them and see what sort of time frame I can, but time doesn't really matter entirely too much to me. I just want an outfit. Please. I'm bad at designing them. I designed this one myself, but I'm like super self-conscious about it. Update my hair so it's less, you know, flat, I guess. Ultra Instinct me? Ooh, do you believe I can do that? I'm not Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. He's like the only one with true Ultra Instinct. I don't know how he did it. I found some art that I got for myself. They were from Skeb, but I thought they were really pretty. If Scooby can do it, or Shaggy can do it, I can too. Probably. Maybe. I also need to look more into what Live 2D can do, because I heard there's like plugins and stuff. I'm looking at getting a Valve Index, because I have the space for it here. I have plenty of space for it here. Oh no, that's not good. Sometimes it's good to just chill. Oh. Oh. I'm one of those people. I took like a, what was it? Some sort of like almost personality test type thing yesterday, and I found out that I am like one of the people that works really, really, really well under stress, and it's awful that I know that's true. I don't get stressed out. I can feel stressed out, and like my smartwatch tells me to calm down. Like, calm down, you're stressed. And I'm like, am I actually? But I don't get like stress-induced headaches or anything. You just sort of have to accept that it happens, and you're like, yeah, this is fine. Yeah. I usually just play video games to escape all of that. I'm a little bit bad at looking after myself sometimes. When I was living by myself, way ages ago, I used to live by myself, and it was a bad time because I was a student in a city that was very expensive to live in. The amount of money that I was getting was like, it would leave me with $10 left each week on groceries. So it was like, oh, most of my money went to rent. I put $10 on a bus card so I could bus to class, but I would always walk home because walking home was cheaper. And then the last $10 I had was on food. And there were some weeks like I wouldn't buy normal, I'd buy like oats, and I'd buy oat milk because that lasted longer than regular milk. And sometimes I'd just have like oats and oat milk, and that was it for the day. I was very lucky that I had friends in the area that could would make meals and bring them around and play League of Legends all weekend. Even though we're all bad at it, we all hung out and watched Worlds that year. It was fun. But yeah, I was living on negative $10 a week basically. I was like, this is fine. There was a point where I stopped going to class But I already knew I had passed the year. I was like, I can't go to class right now. I also got a stalker that year. That was weird. Man, people are weird. Stalkers are strange. Like, ah. Don't do that to anybody. Don't ever do that. If you can't, like, be brave enough to approach a person and be rejected, don't stalk them on social media. Don't stalk them on social media and then start, like, hi. He did do it without being aware, I think. It's just like started messaging me on like every platform ever. It was like all started messaging me on Facebook and then started messaging me on Instagram and then started messaging me on Twitter. I'm like, dude, are you okay? I'm like, how did you find all these accounts anyway? It was like he was actually creepy stalker level, and I'm like, I cannot go from like I knew he was at my college. He was not in my class. It was kind of terrifying. you have. I am the space interdimensional demon who looks after the ley lines between different universes, so it was like, oh, no, this guy was weird though. He would keep messaging and I'm like, dude, I have no interest in you. Like, absolutely none. He's like, why? Is it because you have a boyfriend? I'm like, what if I said yes? I'm like, what if I said yes? He's like, well, then dump him and go out with me. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Get out, please. Stop. Stop messaging me or I will, like, I will call the police. He was so bad. It got so bad. To the point where my entire class knew. My entire class knew who this guy was. And thought he was a creep. He was creepy. Just don't stalk people. If you're interested in someone, like, go and talk to them. In person. If you're not ready to be rejected, then you're not ready to talk to people. Actually, that relates to have you guys seen Platinum End? Oh man, Platinum End's like a trash anime out this season. It's kind of great, but I like things that are bad, so this is fine. But in Platinum End, it got to there was like one character who was so sad that he wanted to like get rid of himself, and this angel gave him powers, and he's like, I really want. It's not really a depressing anime. It's like a. It's literally Death Note, but with angels. And instead the angels choose like a human to compete to be God. Yeah, that one. So there was an episode where there was a guy who was so sad that this angel gave him the powers and he goes, I want to talk to girls. And he did it in like the worst possible way. But he was just like really creepy about it. Like really, really creepy. And I'm like, man, this guy's terrifying. What the fuck? What is his deal? He looked like a knockoff JoJo character as well. It was great. But yeah, he realized how creepy he was when he was like kissing a girl and he saw himself and like the reflection of himself in the mirror in the room. And he's like, oh my god, I can't believe I was that creepy. He didn't change. He just went and got plastic surgery. So it didn't fix anything. Yeah, red or white arrows, and this guy had red arrows and wings. But he was actually like so terrifying. He was super creepy. Basically, he was like, oh man. Yeah, it's definitely that one. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh. Divine Key, thank you. But yeah, we've been watching Platinum End. It's dark, but it's like a step above Death Note's level of dark because they sort of show the violence more. And some of the other themes they like show more, for sure. But I think the story in Death Note's better. It's been a long time since I've seen Death Note though. No, not a stalker. By the way. He wasn't a stalker, he's just like, between 2D and 3D? I'm not so sure. I don't know. A lot of the ones that I follow are 2D, but a lot of them also have a 3D model. And then you have some who have like really nice 3D models. Like I think Girl DM has a really good 3D model. And Snuffy also does. They're popular ones that I can think of. One day I'll get a 3D model. One day I'll get a 3D model for myself. It's just I haven't done 3D modeling in years. And the only 3D program that I know how to use was actually Maya. I think picking up Blender wouldn't be too bad. We actually got given like a really huge textbook to keep for how to use Blender, but it is an old book now. It's a very old book now, so it's gonna be way out of date. Way out of the date. Ah, yep. V-Road models are fine too. I think it's all sort of like in the same boat. They're all kind of good. At least I find them all cool. And they're all unique, and once like you get the hang of it, everything, yeah. They can be what you want them to be. That shows, yeah, exactly. VR chat's already there. I would get this one done, eventually. That was also a long time ago. I liked Soul Eater. Soul Eater was fun. At least the Soul Eater anime was fun, but the ending was kind of confusing, but that was because the manga hadn't finished. The manga hadn't finished and it sort of just went all over the place. But you know, that happens. Yeah. Fairy Tail only finished recently, I think. I remember one of my friends was sad about it. He was very sad about it. He's like, Fairy Tail's ending and now my life has no meaning. And I'm like, what are you on? Find something else to watch. Watch One Piece. And he's like, I am watching One Piece. One of my Discord servers is making fun of the admin for playing video games when he doesn't usually. But yeah, it's just like I've watched like Tact OP or Tact Opus is how you're supposed to say it. Well, it's like fine at the start, but apparently it turned into a big advert partway through. So it's sort of like, oh well, okay then. Sure. Because I'm watching, this is like a really long video, it's starting to glitch out. I didn't get One Piece, but it's also incredibly long and I'm too scared to start it now. There's so much. There is just so much One Piece that I don't know what to do about it. It's like, oh no, oh geez, oh no. Why is this so much? Doopy 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 boop. But yeah, I think the goal for me is to be able to like produce more art. I kind of really want to get back into audio production again. But I'm definitely on the audio production side of it and not the like more of the recording and the mixing rather than making the songs because I'm not smart enough to make songs. My brain hurt. My brain do be hurting. You guys keep telling me to do vocal covers, but I just don't know what songs to do. I should do Vocaloid songs. I haven't... Oh man, I should do Vocaloid songs. But the thing about Vocaloid songs is I don't know many from like... earlier. Oh man, I only know really old songs. And then songs like King. I might have to like redo up the setup to make it make sense for stuff like that. Should be fine. I wonder if I should get like a shield for my microphone. I don't need the pop filter. The pop filter's fine, and I don't have the syllabants because I would never allow it. Vocal covers could be one to add to my list. I'm gonna add it to the list. Vocal covers. Whoa, I can't draw right now. There we go. Vocal covers. There was one game that I wanted to play on stream, but then when I started it up with a immediately DMCA music, and I was like, oh, that's gonna like subtract from the gameplay if I don't have that going, but you can turn it off. Well, I have a constant loop feedback of my voice playing in my ears all the time anyway. I'm okay with my voice. My singing voice, I'm okay for the most part. There's just some parts where like, some days where my voice feels awful, and then other days where it's like, oh, this is fine. Today is one of the ones where it does not feel like I would be good at singing right now. But then again, it's getting kind of late. late as in I got up at 4 AM and now it's 4:30 PM, so I've been up all day and I've only eaten once. That's the thing about not looking after myself. It's great. Bah. I need to do something to my cat that he's gonna absolutely hate, but he'll thank me in the future for. No, you can't tell me to go eat in DMs. Tell me to go eat in chat, dude. Wow, rude. Now I know you're watching. Funny. I'll eat eventually. It's almost dinner time anyway, so I'll be eating soon anyway. I keep yawning because I have only had one coffee today. And that was this morning. I will need to. I will be eating soon. So it's not really much of a problem. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I will be ending stream probably in like another 10 minutes. I think it's been pretty good today. Mostly chilling. Some Final Fantasy. Talking about the weird stalker dude that, well, I don't know. He followed like every single social media that I had, and I'm like, I actually, that's gross. Nee. One day I'll play Valorant, maybe. Be brave and play Valorant on stream, should that be one? Be brave. Play. Be brave, play Valorant. I understand how the game works. I understand how CSGO worked. But, yeah, it is, I don't know, intimidating? Mmm. No, no, you guys are too nice. Way too nice. Mmm. Completely balking the sound. That might be my fault. I think that was totally my fault. Ah! Ah! Did that go away? Hold on. Am I online? Hi! Wait. Am I back? Am I back? I'm back? My bad. I think I bumped a cable. Absolutely my fault. Yeah, it is refreshing. All good. Oopsies, my bad. Oh, did I not leave? Then why did it do that? Oh my gosh. Well, that's awkward. But yeah, I bumped a cable. I did bump a cable. My bad. I'm sorry. I bumped the cable. That I wasn't supposed- that should actually be like up higher than it is. I'm not sure why it's down that low. I tidied my entire room yesterday. Yep. My cat was doing something. He was very strange. But yeah, I'm gonna have to leave the stream there for today, guys. I'm surprised that I was able to stream today at all, actually. That was good. I was like, oh, I can finally stream. That's a surprise. For New Year's? Working. I'm working. I'm working New Year's Day, which for me is tomorrow. And all these people, they're gonna be super drunk. Probably drunk. Hungover. They're gonna be hungover when they come in for breakfast, and they'll be like, "Oh, I don't really want to eat food, but I gotta eat food because I gotta go home today." I'm like, I know. You made some poor decisions last night. That'd be it. Oh well, I will be going now. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. And I will see you next year, for me at least. Nice. You guys chill. You guys have a good New Year's. I will see you next year. Okay. Bye-bye. See you.